جاي من الكل. لا. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
العب حاجة كده يا هاني.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. The group thanks the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting Cop27. 30 years ago, parties agreed to stabilize greenhouse gas emissions at a level that would prevent dangerous interference with the climate system. 30 years ago, EOSIS proposed a financing mechanism for loss and damage associated with sea level rise. Today, emissions have already passed dangerous levels and yet there is still no operational financing mechanism for loss and damage. Today, for small island states, such as mine, the soliloquy in William Shakespeare's Macbeth resonates with a hammering significance. And I quote, "Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death," end of quote. Tomorrow is pledged every year for the 27 years of these COP meetings. An entire generation has been born and grown to adulthood. And yet, tomorrow has not come. Governments and corporations come to the COP each year, delivering grand statements with lofty commitments. But these commitments are only partially honored. While SIDS economies have been decimated, the oil and gas industry continues to earn almost $3 billion United States dollars daily in profits. In the last 50 years, their profits averaged $1 trillion per year and is expected to double in 2022. In the first half of this year, 6 fossil fuel companies, and I emphasize 6, made more than enough money to cover the costs of major climate damages in developing countries, with nearly $70 billion in profits. It is about time that these companies are made to pay a global carbon tax on their profits as a source of funding for loss and damage. Profligate producers of fossil fuels have benefited from extortionate profits at the expense of human civilization. While they are profiting, the planet is burning. If this continues unabated, our entire human civilization will be imperiled. The time has come for us to move from advocacy to action. Action that is fully implementable, and certainly to ensure the full implementation of the climate agenda to save our planet from near total destruction. We need urgent collective action to reduce emissions and to end fossil fuel subsidies, the proceeds of which should be redirected and used to fund adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage, especially in small island developing states. Financing to address loss and damage and a recommitment to keeping 1.5 alive in the face of the current energy crisis are the key critical success factors of COP27. Loss and damage should not be seen through a divisive and controversial lens, but as a form of climate justice for climate change's hapless victims and a decarbonization accelerator. We unequivocally must establish a loss and damage response fund here at this COP. The adoption of the agenda item is just one step, and we look forward to the establishment and operationalization of the fund by 2024. After 30 years, SIDS should be demanding more. Establishing a new multilateral loss and damage fund is a small token when our members are losing up to 200% of GDP in one day from a single climate event. We recognize that in a world where might conquers right and power triumphs over fairness, the advocacy of small island states can be easily brushed aside and ignored. Determined to achieve urgent, just, and sustained climate action, a group of AOSIS member states, including Antigua and Barbuda, Tuvalu, Palau, and Niue, have registered with the UN Secretariat a Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, COSIS. COSIS will explore the responsibility of states for injuries arising from their climate actions and breaches in their obligations. As small countries, this is the new dynamic pathway of justice where the polluter pays that we bring to the process of climate diplomacy. Ireland, Denmark, and Belgium have begun to show the way by announcing support to developing countries that have suffered damage due to climate change. It would be right for the major polluters, particularly those that have been involved in the historical use of fossil fuel energies, to follow this example. Mr. Chairman, the world now faces more floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires requiring an urgent response. Therefore, not only in the interests of small states, but in the interests of the global community, we will fight unrelentingly this climate crisis. And this includes fighting in international courts and under international law. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, President of Senegal. So, Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, Secretary General of the United Nations, President of the 27th Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the whole of Africa, I would like to thank once again Egypt for hosting this COP, which places once again at the heart of the global agenda the vital issue of climate change. Last year, we adopted the Glasgow Climate Compact, a compromise after several years of negotiations, hard negotiations, and this compact provides for measures to be taken to strengthen what we do to fight against climate change, and this pursuant to the Paris Agreement. Africa here today renews its commitment under the Paris Agreement and its commitment to our specific needs being taken into account. What we want is a just energy transition, which is also equitable, and this in the context of the negotiated mechanisms and the partnerships for a just transition, instead of unilateral decisions which could seriously jeopardize our ability to meet our sustainable development goals. Our development goals, in particular, universal access to electricity, which 600 million Africans are still not entirely entitled to. Let's be clear, we are in favor of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but we Africans cannot accept that our vital interests be ignored as we undergo this energy transition. We are low emitters. However, we remain the most vulnerable to loss and damage triggered by climate change. Water stress, the loss of coastal areas, loss of biodiversity, all cycles of drought and floods, and drop in farm productivity, inter alia, are all problems we encounter. However, we as Africans play a role in what is being done to combat climate change, in particular through the implementation of energy mixes to bring about a low-carbon development resilient to climate change. That is why it's important that Cop27 adopt ambitious decisions on the financing of this essential component of our negotiations here. I would like to recall that according to the IPCC, Africa on its own needs $86 billion every year, and this by 2030, to fund its adaptation needs. So the $100 billion aim promise to support climate action for developing countries is the basic minimum we need. Once again, I would like to thank here the European countries and the Gates Foundation for funding what we do in Africa. We would call upon the other countries and partner institutions to also support our contributions. May I also recall that, as far as adaptation is concerned, developing countries are those most funding what they do themselves to fund their own infrastructures by resorting to debt. They're taking on debt when they should rather be receiving funding from what we have together agreed. So we have funded our own adaptation efforts, and we are facing a situation in which we are the victims now, which means that we are being doubly punished, and we are not ready to put up with that. So in the face of this climate emergency, we, countries of Africa, have been focusing on the development of resilient agriculture. Resilient agriculture which is tailored to our ecosystems. So with our land and water resources that have been properly used, highlighted through technological and financial resources that are tailored to our needs, Africa can, on its own, feed itself and contribute to feeding the rest of the world which is going to be increasingly exposed to food shortages. It is in this spirit that Senegal, in cooperation with the African Development Bank Group, will be hosting the second Feed Africa conference in Dakar from the 25th to the 27th of January next year, 2023. And I would like to invite you all to come there, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alar Karis, President of Estonia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that the tipping points and planetary boundaries are nearer than we previously thought means only one thing. We shall not delay or dilute the Glasgow and Paris agreements. The Glasgow Climate Pact is truly ambitious for this critical decade, although we need to go even further and close the book on phasing down unabated coal. Cop27, under the Egyptian leadership, hopes to take a step forward on adaptation and implementation. The Glasgow Pact provides a good framework for this too. After all, to save human lives, both adaptation and mitigation are required. The present fossil fuel energy crisis only speeds up a decisive push towards climate neutrality through renewable energy. Russian war in Ukraine has inflicted horrible human suffering in Europe and endangered energy and food security globally. In spite of short-term adjustment, the EU remains committed to ambitious 2030 goals. The era of fossil fuels will give way to the new era of sustainability, circular economy and clean solutions, for a simple reason that the solution will save the most money and make greatest improvement to our lives' quality. For us in Estonia, this transition makes perfect sense. Having been totally dependent on our local fossil fuels, we are now on track to produce 100% of our electricity from renewables by 2030. But this is not all. We learned during our previous great societal transformation, the building of our digital society, but being smart can multiply the positive impacts of transformation. So let us do things we need to do, such as phase out fossil fuels, and also be smart. Let us make sustainability a core principle of education. Let us design regulations that drive green innovation. Let us build digital societies and use smart technologies in a way that support net zero efforts, tackling also digital waste. Our clean tech startup scene has some success stories to share, such as software making forestry and agriculture more sustainable, or smart solutions to improve energy efficiency. Also, let us be smart with our investments. Climate change knows no borders, and neither should our response. Often the biggest benefits for ourselves and the planet may come from the investments outside the national borders. For example, supporting the climate mitigation efforts in the Global South, the Arctic, and other areas that are burning, literally or metaphorically. It is time not to think only locally and regionally, but also globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of Poland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
of the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I also thank the United Kingdom for its chairmanship of Cop26. The 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Convention, which falls this year, prompts us to take stock of the climate action undertaken so far and to discuss the next steps, especially in the face of a very difficult international situation, the war in Ukraine, food and climate crisis. What has Poland done throughout these past years? It has achieved the adapted gas emissions reduction targets by 2020. It is actively developing the system of renewable energy sources, as well as the low-carbon civil nuclear power program. Poland is promoting electromobility, energy efficiency, and is developing new technologies. Our country is actively engaged in order to meet the goals set for us all. Despite challenges arising from the nature of our energy sector and industry, Poland is an example of a country following the path of sustainable development, significantly reducing emissions while growing its GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, in Poland and in the European Union, we are on the path to achieving the goals stipulated in the Climate Convention and in the Paris Agreement. For this to succeed, we all need to step up our efforts and act responsibly for the sake of socially sustainable transition. Let us remember, transition is there to serve man not man to serve transition. As I said yesterday during our discussion of just transition, and now I'm saying this is on behalf of millions of my compatriots who are not going to ask us during the upcoming winter how many of our ambitious climate goals we have achieved. What they are going to ask is why the energy resources are so expensive and why their living standards have dropped so dramatically. Transition that puts man at the center of changes has to be cost-effective and serve energy security. By adopting the Katowice rulebook, as well as the Solidarity and Just Transition Declaration at Cop24 in Poland, we have defined a framework for these actions. Today we must implement it in a consistent manner. While doing so, let us not be climate hypocrites, since it's easy for the leaders of the rich north to boast with their achievements. The world, however, has the right to ask where we have moved our production. For if we have moved it into non-European countries, then we should not forget that our responsibility has not disappeared. Since we are the ones who say that there is just one climate. Ladies and gentlemen, let me make one more point. Today, our transformation is much more difficult, among other things, due to Russia's criminal aggression against Ukraine, which has inflicted enormous human losses, caused damage to Ukraine's infrastructure, economy, and environment, losses for which the Russian perpetrators should be held accountable and which they should cover. The consequence of Russia's aggression are crises and huge costs which put at risk timely implementation of climate transition as well as timely attainment of the intended goals. It has also generated additional emissions exceeding the level of those produced by a number of developing countries within the scope of 1 year. In the light of the above, we must provide a strong response, caring first and foremost for the people, for our compatriots, for individual energy consumers. Moreover, we must strive to ensure that the Russian aggression is promptly and permanently repealed by increasing support for Ukraine, enhancing pressure on Russia, and stepping up our efforts to become independent of Russian fossil fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, today we need solidarity and concerted global action as much as ever. We need to work out innovative solutions that will ensure energy security and climate protection. Ones which, through research and development, will bring about a technological leap towards a low-carbon transition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. I would like to remember that there is a 3-minute time for the statement during the high-level segment. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Emerson Dambudzo Mangwana, President of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time when the impact of climate change continues destroying people's lives and livelihoods in every part of the world. It is opportune that this Cop27 is being held on the African continent. Our voice must be heard, as too should our demands and expectations. We must unite as a continent and speak with one voice. There is need for concrete actions. Those mostly responsible for the climate crisis must listen and prioritize climate finance to help prevent disasters and climate victims recover. Commitments we have made and continue to make can only make a difference when we act on them. Mr. President, the agriculture sector, which is key to Zimbabwe's economy, is facing a serious threat from climate change. My government is implementing various programs, including extensive dam construction projects towards climate change adaptation and mitigation for sustainable food and nutrition security. Further, Zimbabwe is expanding the production and the use of renewable energy. Zimbabwe will see greenhouse gas emissions curbed to 44.7 million tons of carbon dioxide by 2030. My country has also integrated gender issues in the revised nationally determined contributions. Greater progress would be made on our climate goals were it not for the albatross of illegal economic sanctions imposed on our country. We demand the immediate lifting of these unwarranted and punitive sanctions. Zimbabwe is committed to be a friend to all and an enemy to none. And we are ready to play our part in addressing climate change and other challenges that face our world. In conclusion, Your Excellency, at this COP27, let us from the developing world act as a countermanding bloc of victims of climate change. We need to negotiate and vote as a bloc through the group of 77 plus China. Only then are we likely to carry the day. We can and must act now to secure a healthy planet for the present and the future generations. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mokgweetsi Eric Masisi, President of Botswana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-President, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates coming from the opposite southern slopes of Africa of similar climate to Egypt-induced limitations, our summer has barely begun and temperatures can easily climb to 40 degrees Celsius on a given day. The new normal of unpredictable patterns of rainfall is compounding unreliability of rain-fed agriculture. What used to be the Molopo River no longer loops the length of the Kalahari. The migratory flamingo no longer flock to the Makadikadi pans for the seasonal breeding in greater numbers. We've witnessed with increasing helplessness as the floodplain of the Chobe and the reach of the Okavango Delta were forced into a retreat, threatening livelihoods and calamity to the entire ecosystem meant to support the largest concentration of elephants in the wild on Earth. There is no doubt that we all acknowledge the science and warnings on climate change, but implementation of desired adaptation actions and deliverables, though a national development imperative for many of us, has thus far remained elusive and, yes, a mirage. At the recent 2022 National Adaptation Plans Expo we hosted in Gaborone, it became evident from the exchanges that the need to implement adaptation actions is increasingly becoming more urgent, not only for Botswana, but also for the rest of the vulnerable countries around the globe. Botswana has in place the climate change policy and its associated strategy and action plan. Adaptation measures within the agricultural sector includes the development of a drought-resistant crop varieties and livestock breeds more tolerable to the harsh climatic conditions. However, smart agricultural approaches and the deployment of associated technologies, including the integrated water master plan that transfers water from the north to the southern parts of the country for both drinking and for food production, come at a prohibitive cost. However, our commitment to the international community remains undiminished. Within the limitation of our financial resources, Botswana intends to do more, especially through our research institutions, to provide the necessary support, given our capability and experience in the development of animal disease vaccines and disease management through the Botswana Vaccine Institute. With additional support to our research institutions, we can provide the world with some of the cutting-edge adaptation solutions, especially on agriculture and health. Drought is another permanent feature in Botswana, which continues to deplete the little resources we have for socio-economic development. This has prompted the government to develop a drought management strategy to assist in resilience building to mitigate loss and damage, as well as mobilize resources. This will, however, not be enough without innovative adaptation funding systems. I wish to urge the UNFCCC to rethink adaptation financing. For effective implementation of adaptation actions, the project-based approach will not yield the intended results. Adaptation financing, due to its long-term nature, should be embedded into the national treasury, as it requires established institutions and systems which are not project-based. We need to rethink our adaptation financing strategy. We need to consider joining the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund to create an adaptation window that can accommodate integrated, innovative approaches to financing adaptation actions as opposed to project-based financing. On mitigation, the government of Botswana has made a decision to increase renewable energy penetration from 2% to 30% by 2030. This will double the national determinant contributions targets. These efforts are in line with the energy policy and renewable energy strategy. Additional resources are pivotal to the full implementation of our integrated resource plan and on an accelerated basis. In conclusion, I wish to pledge my delegation's support to the COP presidency as you steer the debates in the direction that should deliver timely results in implementation, especially on climate finance for adaptation and mitigation measures, technology development and research. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Krugelsup Ukna, Presidente of Mongolia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Mr. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for successfully convening the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the best wishes for successful summit and conference. The current session of the Conference of the Parties stands out for being held in Africa, which is severely affected by climate change. In these difficult times, when the world is faced with significant challenges such as global food and energy crisis, rising price and geopolitical tensions, it is imperative that all countries remain committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and intensify their actions, especially towards combating climate change without losing momentum. Soil, food, and human beings are inextricably linked. Healthy soil produces healthy food, whilst healthy food nurtures healthy people. Therefore, combating climate change is intrinsic to protecting soil, our food, and humankind. The United Nations study of 2021 reveals that about 2.3 billion, or around 30% of the global population, are moderately or severely food insecure, and 828 million people are affected by hunger. For that reason, every country needs to comprehensively address the pillars of food supply, food security, and climate change as part of Sustainable Development Goals. Mongolia, in its efforts towards achieving Sustainable Development Goals, is successfully implementing the Food Supply and Security, Healthy Mongolians, and Billion Trees national movements. For example, we believe that the successful implementation of the Billion Trees national movement will not only provide opportunities to increase Mongolia's forest cover and contribute to the reduction of greenhouse in the atmosphere, but will also positively affect a number of socioeconomic issues by improving soil protection, agricultural production, food supply, and safety, and employment opportunities. I am pleased to underscore that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres personally supported the movement during his visit to Mongolia. Availing myself of this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the country's development partners and international organizations collaborating on the Billion Trees national movement. It is my pleasure to announce that Mongolia has become the first country in Asia to cooperate with the European Union within the framework of Forest Partnership Program. Mongolia is one of the countries most affected by climate change. Although it emits only 0.1% of the world's total greenhouse gas emissions, its per capita and per GDP unit emissions are relatively higher than the world average. In this regard, our country has set an ambitiously raised target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 27.2%, which is a high indicator for Mongolia. The largest sources of Mongolia's greenhouse gas emissions are energy, agriculture, and industrial sectors. Mongolia has a huge renewable energy resource estimated at 2,600 gigawatts thanks to its geographical location and climatic conditions. This indicates that Mongolia has a potential to increase its renewable energy production, further contributing to the energy supply of the region. Currently, the portion of renewable energy reached 18.2% of Mongolia's total available installed energy capacity. This share planned to be increased to 30% by 2030. At present, 75% of her households in Mongolia use renewable energy. We are actively cooperating with international organizations and countries in the region to increase the use of renewable energy sources, including quite new ones like hydrogen. Furthermore, Mongolia has recently joined the Global Methane Pledge, paying particular attention to methane emissions as part of greenhouse gas emission reduction measures. Mongolia is endeavoring to achieve carbon neutrality around by the mid of this century, as enhancing reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and carbon sequestration while strengthening its capacity on climate resilience. Climate change, coupled with the negative effect of human activities, it's exacerbating biodiversity loss, land degradation, and desertification. In this regard, it is my pleasure to inform you that Mongolia is preparing to host the 17th Conference of the Parties to the Convention to Combat Desertification in 2026. Bilateral and multilateral cooperation mechanisms of the three Rio Conventions, and in particular the global carbon market regulated by Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, should be effectively used as instruments for climate change mitigation. Accordingly, developing countries will have more opportunities to spur innovation through technology transfer and increase their access to green financing, successfully overcome the challenges, and achieve their goals. From this honorable podium, I would like to reiterate Mongolia's willingness to foster open, effective, and mutually beneficial cooperation with every country in the world, international organizations, and development partners. In conclusion, I am pleased to emphasize that our bold decisions, mutual understanding, and collaboration, as well as our perseverance, are crucial to reaching our climate change targets in adequate time frame and achieving sustainable development. Remembering that Mother Earth is our home and Mother Nature is the source of our existence, let us work together with a common goal for the well-being of the present and future generations. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, President of Sri Lanka. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
The Chairperson, Excellencies, Delegates, the salubrious environment of the green city of Sharm el-Sheikh will undoubtedly inspire our discussions at Cop27 to a successful conclusion. I sincerely thank the Government of Egypt for your warm welcome and hospitality. Mr. Chairman, in order to make my speech brief, I will eliminate the achievements of Sri Lanka in regard to climate change, which will certainly be included in the written speeches. There's only one issue that I refer to in Sri Lanka, Yet for climate action to be successful, wide-ranging measures to complement the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement must be pursued. The lack of capacity is the biggest obstacle to the implementation of climate action plans. Therefore, capacity building is vital in this regard. To overcome this obstacle, we propose to establish an international climate change university in Sri Lanka with an ancillary institute in Maldives that would be the first of its type. This seat of learning can be a transdisciplinary global center for green and blue studies, for scientists, environmentalists, researchers, policymakers, development practitioners, and of course, students the world over to interchange knowledge, transcending national and disciplinary boundaries. The envisaged Climate Change University will offer both short-term courses and postgraduate academic awards to build capabilities on the mitigating and adapting to climate change. The university will also expedite the skills of the new generations to deliver the political, economic, social, cultural, and digital transformation required to prevent a 1.5 centigrade world. It would be the vehicle to enlighten climate change challenges and prospects domestically. The collaboration of multilateral institutions and organizations such as the Commonwealth, World Bank, and the ADB, amongst others, will be sought for the establishment of the Institute of Higher Learning, making it a multi-stakeholder partnership transcending national boundaries. It's my hope that Sri Lanka's proposal will receive extensive support and endorsement from the international community. Since the prescription for addressing climate change have to be dispensed in the global domain, we will meet again next year, charged with high hopes. However, the checkered implementation of previous decisions, including those of Cop26, is extremely disheartening. Regrettably, the ground reality is that the fossil fuel-based industrialized countries of G7 and G20, who have been the main promoters of green hydrogen, are now backtracking to use fossil fuel. In the last year, carbon dioxide emissions increased by 2 billion metric tons, from 3.3 billion to 36.3 billion metric tons. Such double standards are unacceptable. Developed nations should be giving leadership to overcome climate challenges rather than abdicating their responsibilities. It is no secret that climate financing has missed the target. It's ironic that the $100 billion pledged annually have not been available in the coffers to finance climate challenges, as many developed nations deem it fit to renege on their climate financing contributions. These countries, who are also on both sides of the Ukraine war, seem to have no qualms spending for a war, which will finally exceed $350 billion, a conflict waged purportedly for security interests of the combatants. The only security at stake is food insecurity, exacerbated to levels not experienced before the war. Many living both in the developed and the developing world are outside the scope of three meals a day. It is estimated that between 30 to 40 million people are being driven into hunger, especially in Africa. This war has also resulted in the upward spiraling cost of living, shortages of oil and gas supplies, and it has brought the fight against hunger to our homes. Expectedly, it has led to the curtailing of much required climate financing pledged by these very same countries. The issue we have is not of finding the party responsible for the war, but the party that will end the war. Why do we need this funding? It is known fact that the practice of colonialism transferred the rich resources of Asia and Africa to Europe and were used to industrialize their countries. We became poor from this plunder. This unbridled industrialization of the developed economies is also the root cause of climate change. the consequence of which we, the poor countries, are forced to suffer. Our problems are augmented due to the absence of adequate funding. Therefore, those in South are facing a double jeopardy, struggling to develop economically while fighting to protect the living standards of our population. It is therefore imperative that the developed countries deliver on their pledges in Glasgow by doubling their funding. Adding insult to injury, damages caused by extreme weather conditions are increasing and their impact exceedingly costly. Developing countries who are the worst affected by the rise in emission from industrial world need to be compensated for loss and damage. Considering the failure of the developed world in bringing about the much-discussed relief, it is proposed that before we get to Dubai for COP28, like-minded nations should meet at ministerial level to discuss the way forward on all aspects of climate financing. This should be followed with the meeting of the heads of government of these countries on the margins of COP28 to display a collective frame of mind to stave off calamity. In conclusion, let me recall the UN Secretary General's recent words that the choice is between collective action or collective suicide. The vacuum created due to inaction now requires the global display of sustained political will by dynamic action and constructive cooperation on the part of like-minded countries to prevent this catastrophe. Let us traverse this path urgently. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Chairperson, Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, we are gathered here for COP27 on an African continent that is experiencing the worsening effects of climate change. For the sake of our continent and the world, we need a dramatic increase in global mitigation, an ambition to keep the world on the 1.5-degree pathway. Like other vulnerable regions, Africa needs to build adaptive capacity, foster resilience, and address loss and damage, as we agreed at Paris COP21. Chairperson, in order to achieve this, our continent will need a predictable, appropriate, and at-scale funding stream and technological support. This must support our right to development, international equity and transmissions that are just and inclusive. This then places a great deal of responsibility on developed economies to honor their commitments to those countries with the greatest need and countries that confront the greatest environmental, social, and economic effects of climate change. the commitments that were made must be honored, because failing to honor these commitments breaks trust and confidence in the process. At present, we also have another challenge in relation to funding institutions. Funding institutions need to transform and change the way in which they fund projects that will enable us to develop with regard to climate change. Multilateral development banks, as well as other funding institutions, need to transform. At present, multilateral support is out of reach of the majority of the world's population due to lending policies that are risk-averse and carry onerous costs as well as conditionalities. We need a clear roadmap to deliver on the Glasgow decision to double adaptation financing by 2025. Our emphasis must be on the health, well-being, and food and water security of the most vulnerable people in the world. At a national level, South Africa is fully committed to achieving the most ambitious end of the mitigation range in our updated nationally determined contribution. As a country, we are guided by a just transition framework and an investment plan that outlines the enormous scale and nature of investments that are needed to achieve our decarbonization goals over the next 5 years. We are already scaling up investment in renewable energy and are on a course to retire a number of aging coal-fired power stations. At COP26 in Glasgow last year, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the United States, and the European Union offered support in the form of a just energy transition partnership to South Africa. It is our hope that this partnership will offer a groundbreaking approach to funding by developed economy countries for the ambitious but necessary mitigation and adaptation goals of a number of developing countries. South Africa is hopeful that the commitments that were made to put effect to this partnership will be met, and we have already said the amounts of money that are needed for South Africa to embark on this difficult journey are close on to $90 trillion. And we have said that the categorization of the funding needs to be well packaged so that there is meaningful grants, meaningful concessional loans, and investments by a variety of institutions. We are grateful and would like to pay our tribute and support for the Egyptian presidency and its confidence in the successful outcomes of COP27. We're grateful to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Excellencies, President of COP27, heads of government, heads of state, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, may I thank God Almighty, thanks to whom we've been able to come here to Sharm el-Sheikh in good health, and this to take part in the 27th Conference of the Parties, namely the COP27, on behalf of the government and the people of Burundi. And on my own behalf, I would like to thank the government and especially the President of the Arab Republic, the Egyptian Arab Republic, my brother Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. I would like to thank also the government and the people of Egypt, and more specifically I would like to thank the people of this beautiful town of Sharm el-Sheikh for this very warm welcome afforded not only me but also my delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, financing for the implementation of Burundi's nationally determined contribution, these financing falls broadly short of what we need to finance what we want to see change. They are piecemeal, these financings, and compartmentalized and issued by a number of international agencies, and they have no real long-term effect for our communities and for Burundi's resilience as we seek to combat climate change. What matters today for Burundi is for us to meet the challenge of re-establishing our forest cover and to combat the relentless degradation of our forests, whilst at the same time meeting our food security needs and our legitimate aspirations to bring about agricultural and industrial development. And to achieve this, we need to produce more food and timber on existing land in order to reduce how much we resort, or to reduce demand for new land, which we simply do not have. Burundi, therefore, wishes to foster investment in large-scale solutions, and this by investing in proven models which can be replicated and have a truly transformational impact. Now is no longer the time for us to finance pilot projects, but rather to accelerate now deployment of projects at large-scale deployment of projects. This is the case of the Kivu and the Tanganyika lakes in Burundi. Labor-intensive production and processing of commodities yields huge development dividends. Needless to say, this aim to do more of this is all the more so important today, given the growing interest in people's growing interest in the link between stability, food security, climate change, and biodiversity. And this has been triggered by recent extreme climate events, the war in Ukraine, and international markets' growing need for zero deforestation certification. Now, if you look at the solutions put forward, you will find the issuing of sovereign bonds to fund portfolios of projects that meet predefined criteria, and this through long-term and low-interest loans, as well as performance payments of the environmental services payment kinds, PSCs in French. Burundi therefore appeals to the United Nations agencies and to the international financial institutions to create these kinds of innovative financial mechanisms, such as the FPBs, the forest performance bonds, which are tailored to regional contexts and tailored to the level of risk as analyzed by capital markets. These mechanisms should combine green bonds market mechanisms and large-scale financial guarantees and performance-based payment models which all work in the context, the framework established by UNFCCC. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, it would be remiss of me to conclude without reiterating our thanks to all the organisers of COP27, and our thanks to the host country, and our thanks to all the partners who've contributed to the success of this conference taking place on African soil. May God bless you, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rumen Georgi Radev, President of Bulgaria. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Okay, sorry, I apologize for that. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Assoumani Hassali, President of Comoros. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellence.
His Excellency Mr. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt and dear brother, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure for me and for my delegation to take part in this important meeting, COP27, in this beautiful, superb coastal resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. At the outset, I would like to restate my sincere thanks to my brother, His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, for the very warm welcome that we have received, as well as the hospitality that we have received and receive indeed every time we set foot in this great and beautiful kindred country. I also extend my most sincere thanks to the Secretary General of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change for the excellent organization of this conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset of this speech, let me quote the former French President Jacques Chirac. He said, "Our house is burning and we are looking elsewhere." He said that in September 2002 during the Earth Summit in Johannesburg in South Africa. 20 years later, this urgent warning remains highly relevant. COP27 this year is taking place in a context of significant global crises that of course require determination and collective commitment that is even higher in order to meet these challenges. We have the effects of the health crisis connected to the COVID-19 pandemic. We have the war in Ukraine that has caused the prices of food and energy to reach unprecedented levels. And this in itself could lead to an unbearable food crisis at international level. Meanwhile, there have been climate and weather phenomena that are feeding this uncertainty around the world. We've seen record levels of rain, of heat, of drought, and fires and storms. Asia has seen catastrophic climate phenomena, and this is illustrated by the most recent disaster that significantly affected a kindred country in Pakistan. Floods and storms in Africa in the first half of 2022 caused the loss of life of hundreds of people and severely disturbed economic activity. Millions of people are suffering hunger in the Horn of Africa because of severe drought. Europe is also seeing the worst drought in recent decades. as well as terrible heat waves. The United States is also seeing violent tornadoes and other floods that have disastrous consequences. I send my compassion to all of these kindred countries and friends affected by these disasters and who are confronted by the deleterious effects of climate change. It is important to underscore that in small island developing states, these climate and weather phenomena, severe as they are, threaten the very existence of these countries. They impede their economic development and prevent their populations from thriving. By way of example, I'd like to mention the Kenneth cyclone. This devastated the Comoros in April 2019. It caused loss of human life, hundreds of people were injured, others were severely affected, there was huge material damage, indeed damage that we are still trying to repair more than 3 years later. It is therefore essential that we have coordinated global action that is up to facing the most significant challenges that humanity is confronted with. Distinguished guests, we all know the extent to which our planet is suffering from climate change. Therefore, this conference should represent an opportunity for us to step up in the effective implementation of international climate action, and in particular in supporting any initiative that would finally enable us to move from ambition to action. During the Cop26 conference in Glasgow last year, one of the main questions was looking at the way in which countries respond to the need for financing in order to address the impact of climate change that are so serious that the communities affected by them are simply unable to adapt to them. It was therefore a question of creating a financing mechanism to deal with loss and damage. In the framework of the Convention, we should prolong and even consolidate the trend that began at that COP conference. Therefore, I hope to see greater commitment and solidarity so that we can make even more significant advances, in particular in creating supplementary financing earmarked for these examples of loss and damage. But as we all know, we cannot face the challenge of climate change without the necessary adaptation and mitigation measures, which is why we must concentrate on the clear and quick identification of global priorities in this area. It is by urgently reinforcing the implementation of mitigation measures during the course of this decade that we will be able to keep alive the objective of 1.5 degrees. Thinking in particular about my own country, initiatives have been undertaken so that the country remains a carbon sink. This is why it is our ambition to make use of the immense potential that the country has, in particular in terms of photovoltaic, geothermal, water and wind energy. We have made this one of our priorities. Photovoltaic projects have been carried out and talks are underway to quickly launch a project for developing geothermal energy. We've also adopted a reforestation policy entitled One Comorian, One Tree. This is at work throughout the countryside, and also we're developing protected areas that will cover more than 50% of our national territory, while also reforesting drainage basins. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before concluding, may I recall that in order for our fight against climate change to be successful, we have to ensure that adaptation becomes a reality. Developed countries must make significant progress in providing the $100 billion a year stipulated in the Paris Agreement, given that at the moment the real sum that is being transferred is less than 50% of that goal. In this context, my country supports the legitimate demands of the African group and small island developing states, or island developing states, in favour of doubling adaptation financing by 2025. We must also bear in mind, finally, that capacity building continues to be a cornerstone of the implementation of the Paris Agreement. And I wish every success as well to our kindred country, the United Arab Emirates, when it holds COP28 next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Rumen Georgiev Radev, President of Bulgaria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first extend my sincere appreciation to President El-Sisi for the excellent organization and warm hospitality, and to President Shukri for the constructive dialogue. COP27 is taking place in dramatic times, marked by deteriorated security environment and increased geopolitical challenges induced by the war in Ukraine, severe energy, economic and social crisis. We should not, however, let all those crises derail our joint determination to fight the climate change, particularly having in mind the many recent unprecedented climate disasters. The most reliable scientific sources clearly show that the climate-resilient development is put at risk under the current global warming levels. We must unite our efforts and use the time we still have to avert the worst effects on the climate change. Climate change is a global threat and can only be addressed by a global response. Bulgaria is strongly committed to the goals of the Paris Agreement. My country will jointly deliver, together with the other EU member states, the goal of climate neutrality by 2050. Bulgaria's greenhouse gas emissions in 2020 decreased by 57% compared to the base year. We overachieved our national target on the share of energy from renewable sources in the gross final energy consumption by 7%, with a share of 23% in 2020. Diversification of energy supply is crucial, and my country has already increased its efforts to ensure better interconnectivity with neighboring states. The interconnector Greece-Bulgaria, which was inaugurated on October this year, significantly strengthens the security of gas supply not only for Bulgaria, but for the whole region of Southeast Europe and beyond. Ensuring just transition involves enhanced technologies and systemic innovation across all sectors. Bulgaria will further develop and rely on renewable energy, green hydrogen solutions, and energy saving and energy storing technologies. Scaling up global mitigation ambition is not enough. The mitigation work programme is an instrument to address both the ambition and the implementation gap through increased action by all stakeholders, revision and transition to economy-wide targets. We need to broaden and strengthen the adaptation agenda, and the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work programme on the global goal on adaptation will allow us to do so. The transition towards a resource-efficient, green and low-carbon economy requires significant interaction between policies, investments, science, and public sector. General transformation is only possible with the involvement of the private and financial sectors, and is expected to provide an important opportunity for sustainable development. And finally, given our commitment to advancing the climate agenda in our region and beyond, Bulgaria has already indicated willingness to host COP29. We will reach out our partners to shape a motivated proposal with this regard. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mohamed Menfi, President of Libya. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Your Majesties, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the excellent organization and hospitality on the safe and secure land of Egypt. Egypt is hosting at present COP27 at a time when the world is sliding further towards division, while the environmental risk reminds us that humanity is facing common challenges that requires rejecting differences and acting as one in order to save lives on the planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the political crisis Libya is going through that requires focused internal efforts and domestic work, we can only be part of this world. The Presidential Council of Libya, as part of its international obligations towards environment and climate, migration and economy, peace and security, it is indeed sending a message to the whole world about the form of the state that we are aspiring to build, a nation state, a civil state that opens up to the world and that is committed to international instruments and treaties, central to which the climate treaties and instruments. The Presidential Council of Libya has been participating in these instruments over the past 2 years. As we recognize the risk of climate change, we need to deepen this understanding so that it would be closely connected with the cultural, economic, and existential challenges that we are going through. Climate change undermines the opportunities of development and investment and curbs economic growth, particularly in the developing countries that are rent-based and agriculture-based. And that is due to the difficulty to make up for the lost natural resources as a consequence of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, contrary to what many believe, Libya has been one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. Scarce rainfall and reduced water resources over the past few years is a presage to severe droughts that are accelerating at present due to the fact that the soil is becoming more saline and dry, and the topsoil is getting lost in addition to the evaporation of surface water. And that is because of rising temperatures and desertification, in addition to the retraction of plant cover, which has an impact on the pastoral activities and the food production qualitatively and quantitatively. Libya is also one of the most threatened countries by rising sea water. as Libya has the longest coastline in the Mediterranean Sea with over 1,770 kilometers, which is home to more than 95% of the Libyan population. Despite the political transition in Libya, we have not we have not been idle. We have activated the National Committee for Climate Change and raised awareness about further engagement with the international community so as to mitigate the impacts, the negative impacts of climate change at the social, economic, and environmental levels. We also participated in COP26 in Glasgow to push forward negotiations on keeping 1.5 Celsius alive. Libya has also been one of the countries that ratified the Paris Agreement in 2015. Libya, ladies and gentlemen, is aspiring to restore its active role at the regional and international levels, fulfilling its obligations, moving forward towards achieving sustainable development goals in order to ensure dignified life to the generations to come and maintain its depleting resources and the environment. May God help us reaching our aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of Malawi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Dr. Sameh Shukri, President of COP27, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This African COP is a test for all of us. It is a test of our mettle as leaders. It is a test of our ability to deliver climate justice for the most vulnerable nations. It is a test of our resolve to mobilize climate financing for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. It is a test of our capacity to work together as a global community that is sailing into the same storm in the same boat. To pass this test of leadership, we need to go beyond the Berlin budgets of COP1, the Stockholm statements of COP2, the Kyoto protocols of COP3, and the calls and commitments we have all made between COP4 in Buenos Aires and COP26 in Glasgow. To pass this test of leadership, we need to act with courage, urgency, and solidarity. We must act with courage by doing what we said we would do. We must act with the same courage all of you have showed by showing up here in Sharm el-Sheikh. I believe I speak for all of you when I say that the temptation to abstain from COP this year was great, not only because it is discouraging to see how behind we are still on mitigation, adaptation, and financing. It was also tempting for each of you to abstain from this COP because of the great and unprecedented economic hardships your citizens are suffering in your own nation, hardships all of our nations are suffering, facing from the high global demand and low supply in jobs, fuel, fertilizer, and food. But you resisted this temptation and chose the path of courage. The courage to show up here because you know that it is folly to try to solve a problem on your own, that you can only be solved together. Now you must show that same courage by doing what you already pledged to do in climate mitigation, climate adaptation, and climate financing. I also said we must act with urgency, and the reason for this is simple. We are running out of time. The key to addressing climate change is sustainable development and restoring balance to our relationship with nature. But nature is losing its patience with us and lashing out with unrelenting vengeance. And as nature lashes out, our citizens are also losing their patience. We must act now, not later. We must act today, not tomorrow. And lastly, we must act with solidarity. That means remembering our common humanity in the measures we put in place. If we do not, we will not treat the suffering of other nations as a matter of agency. And to turn a blind eye to that suffering is to do harm to our own humanity. For what is to be human if not to identify with the plight of others simply because you too are human and know what it is to suffer? What is to be human if not to fight for each other so that everyone has a fair chance? A fair chance, the kind of fairness that is about equity and not equality. We are all equal in value before God, but our obligations, our capacities, our opportunities, and our offenses vary. And equity and fairness demand that none of us should set benchmarks for ourselves that we know are so low that they perpetuate a legacy of unfairness against others. In a fair system, the benchmarks for climate mitigation, adaptation, and financing for developed nations like the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Norway, Japan, and Russia cannot be the same as the benchmarks for developing nations like Malawi, Mozambique, and Madagascar, just as the benchmarks for those low-income and low-productivity countries cannot be the same as the benchmarks for a high-income and high-productivity country like China. So as Malawi, we believe that the clear difference in capability and capacity between developed nations must be reflected in the level of responsibility they bear for climate mitigation, adaptation, and financing. And similarly, we believe that the clear difference in capability and capacity between developed nations must be reflected in the resources they access for mitigation, adaptation, and financing. That is fairness. That is justice. That is solidarity. And as we say in Malawi, that is Ubuntu. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Alexander van der Bellen, President of Austria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives of the civil society. In 2015, at Cop21, we adopted the Paris Agreement, a common goal to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Dear colleagues, let us be honest. we are far from reaching the 1.5 goal. In fact, the opposite is happening. Global CO2 emissions rapidly rebounded following the COVID-19 pandemic. And all around the world, we are experiencing the devastating consequences of the climate emergency. Large parts of the global south, of which Egypt is also a representative, are hit particularly hard by the effects of the climate crisis. Rightfully so, the most affected countries demand financial support for climate adaptation, as well as measures to address loss and damages. We, the countries of the global north, are responsible for a large part of global CO2 emissions. Austria, my home country, will assume its responsibility by significantly increasing its budget for international climate finance. In the upcoming years, the period from 2023 to 2026, the Ministry for Climate Action will allocate an additional 220 million euros to international climate finance. For me, as the Austrian President, it was important that my country shows solidarity. We want to do our part to save the world's rainforests from disappearing, to protect our oceans and its incredible marine life, and to support the resilience of our most vulnerable communities. However, we cannot and should not limit ourselves to the question of climate finance. Because one thing is clear, we cannot buy ourselves out of the climate emergency. Money alone won't make our air cleaner. It won't stop Earth from warming up, and it won't prevent the glaciers from melting. Austria aims to become climate neutral by 2040. Many other countries have set themselves similar goals. But these goals must be backed up by concrete measures. Otherwise, they're just blah blah, as Greta Thunberg would say. Indeed, when we look at the UNEP report, it is obvious that there is far too much blah blah and far too little concrete action. I understand Greta's criticism. I understand that young people, and not only young people, are running out of patience. It is up to us to do everything we can to regain trust through concrete action and through commitments, but binding commitments. Austria is expanding renewable energies. We are phasing out the installation of fossil fuel heating systems. We are investing record sums in public transport. These are steps in the right direction, but we need to do much more, much faster. All of us, no matter from which country, political party, or institution we are coming from, must ask ourselves every day, how can we do even better? We must do everything we can to ensure a livable future on this beautiful planet for generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, the government and people of the Arab Republic of Egypt, for their warmth of hospitality to the Ghanaian delegation since our arrival in this ancient historic country, and express our appreciation to the President for hosting this all-important Conference of Parties, Cop27, the fifth such on African soil, which has been so well organized. Today, extreme climate occurrences such as severe precipitation and floods, prolonged drought, and heat waves are happening all over the world, both in the developed and developing worlds. Climate change is a global emergency, and Ghana calls on all parties to act with equity and a sense of responsibility. Africa, for her part, must commit herself to resolve the issues of climate change by implementing ambitious measures within her reach. With her vast land, Africa has the greatest potential to help decarbonize the world by absorbing carbon dioxide through regenerative agriculture that requires less fertilizers and reforestation with strong biodiversity content. My government is happy to announce that Ghana is about to launch projects in these areas, which will tackle at the same time climate change at global and domestic levels and social issues by providing people with dignified and sustainable jobs. And I'm also happy to announce that Ghana has launched her energy transition framework and is co-chair of the Forest Climate Leaders Partnership with the United States of America. As chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, I'm also delighted by the announcement made by the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, the respected Kristalina Georgieva, on the operationalization of the IMF's Resilience and Sustainable Trust to help vulnerable countries meet their long-term challenges. As adaptation costs continue to outstrip current international public finance flows, we must, as a matter of urgency, mobilize and scale up adaptation finance inflows to ensure that vulnerable countries are able to meet their adaptation needs. It is critical in this regard that the developed world makes good its long-delayed pledge to mobilize and make available $100 billion annually to the poorer countries to assist in the fight against climate change, and commit, as agreed at COP26 in Glasgow, to doubling resources for adaptation. Furthermore, it is plain to most that a radical restructuring of the global financial architecture, as proposed by the African finance ministers, to accommodate the demands of the developing world is of urgent necessity. It is evident that with these polycrises, that it is not fit for purpose. And I also urge those who hold African debt to commit to debt for climate swap initiatives. I'm telling all partners, take a better look at Africa and see her for what she is, a land of opportunities and growth. I know this may sound unrealistic, taking into consideration the dire situation most of the continent finds itself in today, in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But as far as adaptation to climate change is concerned, nothing can succeed without Africa. With her vast arable land, vibrant youth who aspire only to take their rightful place on the global scene, and a deeply rooted sense of innovation, Africa has a massive role to play. It is Ghana's hope that we will leave this summit with bold and concrete decisions that will help the world tackle its most pressing challenges, help us achieve our climate goals rapidly, and provide the needed development and prosperity for all the peoples of the world. No one will win if Africa loses. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Nikos Anastasiades, President of Cyprus. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the world's attention is focused on our deliberations here in Sharm el-Sheikh, given the gravity of the decisions to be reached for the future of our planet, I take the opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting and steering the work of COP27. This is an implementation summit and an African COP concerning on the climate-related changes of this continent. I'm delighted that this COP is hosted by our strategic partner Egypt, and I would like to assure His Excellency the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, of my country's full support in his noble endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, numerous scientific reports, including the IPCC report, send out the clear and stark message that only the most strategic cuts in carbon emissions would help prevent an environmental disaster from rising temperature. We must rise to these challenges, acting collectively, decisively, and with greater urgency and ambition so as to avoid the worst consequences of a rapidly warming planet. Excellencies, Cyprus is a Mediterranean island state located in a region that is already experiencing the impact of climate change. Prolonged periods of droughts and increased temperatures have been threatening our forests and ecosystems, affecting people and livelihoods, which means that demanding an urgent national response. We started the implementation of our national adaptation strategy back in 2017 and are currently in the process of updating the strategy with the aim of advance from the current modalities of incremental adjustment to a planned and systematic approach that can better address the multiple, complex and interlinked climate change risks and impacts. Notwithstanding the size of our country and our small carbon footprint, we are committed in contributing to carbon emissions reductions. We have collectively, with the European Union framework and with the other member states, submitted a significantly enhanced nationally determined contribution in 2020 with a commitment of reducing net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030 compared to levels in 1990. The EU and its member states remain steadfast in their commitment to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 through a legally binding climate law. Both ambition and implementation are essential in this critical decade to ensure the credibility of us to the Paris Agreement and reach the goal of climate neutrality in a sustainable way. At national level now, we revisited and revised our national policies to make them fit for purpose, to achieve the more ambitious target for 2030 and started the implementation of our long-term strategy towards climate neutrality by 2050. Excellencies, dear friends, distinguished friends, we look forward to the adoption of a comprehensive Sharm el-Sheikh outcome that will ensure an ambitious global response to climate change. Building on the Glasgow Climate Pact, we welcome the establishment of a mitigation work programme that aims at enhancing accountability and encouraging ambition and implementation. We will actively engage with the EU framework in the two-year Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work programme on the global goal on adaptation to enhance adaptive capacity and resilience and reduce vulnerabilities in order to protect people, livelihoods and ecosystems. Distinguished friends, in recognition of the significant impact of climate change, specifically in our region, necessitating collaborative action for addressing its negative consequences, we launched the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative in 2018. The initiative led to the development of a regional an action plan consisting of regionally appropriate policies and measures based on the specific findings of our region's top scientists brought together by the initiative to develop solutions to our shared problems that will practically achievable and have ensuring benefits for our citizens. Our action plan was endorsed a while ago at a side event hosted by the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, during which the nations of our region adopted a relevant political declaration which marked the official practical launching and implementation of the said initiative and action plan. Distinguished friends, I would like to end by acknowledging the important role of the youth. Young people's voices have been instrumental in galvanizing action for a more ambitious climate agenda. We are hearing and we are responding to this clear, demanding action so as to be able to look to the future with optimism. Let us respond. Let us all walk the road towards climate neutrality, towards a future of green, sustainable, resilient economies and societies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Paul Kagame, President of Rwanda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President of the 27th Conference of Parties, Minister Sami Shukri, distinguished delegates. First, I express my appreciation to President Sisi and the government and the people of the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting us in beautiful Sharm el-Sheikh. The findings of the 6th Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change show that a more sustainable future remains within our reach. Yet, despite growing evidence that the damage of global warming will soon become irreversible, there seems to be little sense of urgency. Rwanda, like the rest of Africa, is ready to prioritize renewable energy. We do this for our own future. The point is not to generate carbon credits so that others can continue using coal, even as Africa is discouraged from exploiting its fossil fuel resources. The most valuable contribution that developed countries can make is to reduce their emissions faster while investing with Africa to build sustainable green power. Questioning whether Africa is ready to make use of climate finance should not be used as an excuse to justify inaction. We have seen the effects of this thinking during the pandemic. Vulnerable nations cannot rely on external financing alone. We need public-private partnerships. This is why Rwanda has launched Ireme Invest, a new green investment facility with over $100 million from US dollars from domestic and international partners. I congratulate all countries that have ratified the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, most recently the United States, and encourage others to do so. Instruments such as the Commonwealth's Blue Charter and Living Lands Charter are also valuable tools, especially for small island and developing states. Rwanda remains committed to inclusive and transparent negotiations for a green and climate resilient future. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Nicolás Maduro Moros, President of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Buenos días a todos.
Good afternoon to you all, everyone present here in this room. We have traveled 10,407 kilometers to be here from Venezuela in the South American continent to this town of Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt to bring to you our truth and to also bring a solidarity-based greeting and a greeting full of commitment from the people of Venezuela to all the countries and peoples of the world, and in particular to the President of the Republic of Egypt, Mr. Assisi, and the people of Egypt who have organized this wonderful conference to combat climate change. In the world, climate imbalance is affecting the world, and it would appear from what we see that climate change, so-called climate change, it's a euphemism, in fact, because climate change is irreversible. Many elites have denied it. And yet the scientific community very early on warned about it. Almost all of the social movements also warned about it. What is happening is a self-fulfilling prophecy. The greatest environmental crisis that has occurred since the beginning of humanity is now with us. The climate crisis is a uncircumventable reality which can only be combated with concrete and urgent and immediate action. It is painful to have to admit also that the scale of this crisis is not taking us by surprise. From the start of environmental diplomacy, we had at that time enough data to declare an early emergency, and we had time to act in consequence. And this, ladies and gentlemen, was 30 years ago with the historic Kyoto Agreement. Since 1991, we have achieved great consensus on reducing carbon emissions. Up until 2009, we were doing well. The Paris Agreement in 2015 was designed to improve mechanisms to force countries, so-called developed countries of the capitalistic North, to reduce their impact on global warming, and especially to make commitments binding. We must also say, though, that we are painfully bogged down. 2009, for example, in Copenhagen, that was a failure that showed us how unwilling the negationist elites were to react to the emergency facing us. We still remember Copenhagen. We still remember police brutality, repression in the streets against the social movements, and what happened since then. Mr. President, we have wasted a lot of time since then. Every hour, every month, every year, we have been inactive, we have hesitated, we've been passive, and as a result of this, today we have ecosystems that lie destroyed, we have species that are extinct, and the living conditions on the planet have deteriorated. And yet the planet had given us all we needed for life generously, and yet today we're having to pay this great toil because of the abuse of the planet. The civilizing processes have been damaging our planet, and yesterday the threat was climate change. Today the threat is the total collapse of our ecosystem. This is what we are facing. This is appears to be our fatal destiny. The most up-to-date projections prove this. If we continue at this self-destructing pace, within 30 or 40 years, our planet will be uninhabitable. This climate crisis, we all know, has and will have definitive consequences on our planet, as a result of which we need to change our consuming patterns. According to the UN report on climate change, involving 14,000 scientists in the world, warned that if we do not reduce emissions of greenhouse gases such as CO2, methane, and other GHGs by 50%, the harm will be irreversible in 8 years only. In other words, by 2030, we will have reached a point of no return with regards to hurricanes, extreme heat, which changes the living conditions and also jeopardizes our own existence. Global warming is killing the species of the world, and this seems to be unstoppable. Just to give you an example that you all are familiar with, extreme heat could be extinguishing bees, without whom we will no longer have pollination cycles, without which plants cannot reproduce, and this would reduce the levels of oxygen in the atmosphere of our planet. The average world temperature over the last 100 years has gone up by 0.8 centigrades. And it is expected that in the next 5 years, it will be increased by 1.7 centigrades. Greenhouse gases are at their highest level ever. In 2021, with the reawakening of our industries post the lockdowns of COVID, we became worse than 2019, when it was 12% greater than 2010 and 50% more than what was happening in 1990. In 32 years, has been an increase that should be recorded, the worst recorded in centuries. The consequences have been on droughts, extreme rain. Around 80% of natural disasters between 2001 and 2021 occurred because of droughts or because of floods or flooding downpours. This is according to climate experts' estimations. Now, they estimate that by 2050, the Arctic oceans will be virtually ice-free for the first time in the history of the world, with a temperature increase of 2 degrees Celsius, which means that we're likely to lose 99% of the world's coral reefs. Similarly, the sea levels have risen by 23 centimeters since the 1980s, and almost half of these 23 centimeters. And that has happened, half of that in the last 25 years. Every year, according to the scientists, the sea rises by 3.4 centimeters, as a result of which drinking water is becoming salty water, as a result of which our water resources are becoming worse and jeopardizing the lives of thousands of people in the world, of lots of people in the world. To a great extent, man is responsible for this, but that's not enough to say. And we would be hypocrites if we did not say also that this civilization we live in is totally unequal. It is made up, this civilization, of countries that have been exploiting for 200 years indiscriminately the natural resources of the planet. At the same time, others barely have enough to feed themselves and live according to pre-industrial production modes. There is equality worldwide. Venezuela is responsible for less than 0.4% of world emissions of greenhouse gases. Notwithstanding this, our people must pay the consequences of this imbalance created by the main capitalist economies of the world, who have contaminated and continue to contaminate the planet for the benefit of just a few. The existence as we know it has been there's an upheaval in our existence for us and the species of the world. To date, biodiversity and its degradation is accelerating, and this is alarming, as Fidel Castro Russo warned in that very famous speech he gave in Rio de Janeiro 30 years ago in the Rio summit. And I quote, "Species are going to disappear because of this, and because of the degradation of their living conditions. Man is responsible." And Fidel Castro added tomorrow will be too late. Too late for us to do what we should have done a long time ago. He was attributing in 1992 responsibility to savage capitalism. It would be useless. Any effort we do would be useless if we do not have the courage to acknowledge that this is the cause of the disaster before us, namely capitalism that only destroys. In 2009 in Copenhagen, Hugo Chávez Frías was brave enough to say so that morning directly. And I would like to recall his quote at the time in Copenhagen in 2009. What is the cause of climate change? The cause is the dream of seeking to find happiness in accumulating possessions, using techniques that can be used to exploit indefinitely the resources of the world. Let us not change climate. Let us change the system. End of quote. This is 2009, Hugo Chávez in Copenhagen. Mr. President, imbalance and crises are tantamount to injustice, social and economic injustice created by capitalism worldwide, a system that normalizes exploitation of human beings, and this is simply not ethical and does not respect other forms of existence. Capitalism sees resources where other cultures see life and what is sacred. The people think they have a right to grab and own and destroy anything that stands in their way to accumulate, a way of accumulating capital. We need, in this summit, to achieve agreements based on action to face the structural problems, but we must also design now a concrete agenda to protect populations that are vulnerable in the world. Humanity cannot continue to become an orphan. We need, without any postponement, without any delay, without any red tape, we need to put together the loss and damage fund we have been speaking about for years now in previous COPs. And to achieve this, we need to iron out every single final detail and establish a mechanism so that we can provide funding which is fair, timely and expeditious, so that financing reaches the most effective, so the financing can reach the most affected peoples. We must tackle the root of the problem here today, and we must provide succor for the most vulnerable of the world. The crime chasm between peoples has increased and made deeper over the last decades as we have destroyed the planet. There's a link between the environmental crisis and the inequality crisis generating poverty worldwide. Indiscriminate exploitation of renewable and non-renewable resources, in addition to producing environmental misery, is also responsible for social misery at the scale of the world, and this is getting worse. This cannot be ignored when we adopt drastic plans to correct the civilization activities of the humans of this world. Finally, Mr. President, we as a sovereign state advocate in favor of the protection of the Amazon forest. We have just been met with the presidents of Colombia and Suriname and the social movements of South America. We've got together to face our responsibilities as dwellers of South America and responsible for the survival of the rainforest forest and the survival of the Amazon forests. The irreversible damage has been done there. If we do not act now, the original peoples, we need to turn to the original peoples. They need to tell us how to live in harmony with nature. The age-old original civilizations of the continent of the whole of the south, but also of the north of the American continent, have also considered the land and the forests as living organisms who think and feel like we do. Let us wake this truth up and let us leave behind arrogance, man-centered arrogance, which is preventing us to see what surrounds us as being sacred. We Venezuelans are not pessimistic, not known to be pessimistic. We are fighters. We are people who resist, and we love life. And we conceive humanity with a new spirituality. We see humanity as being reconciled in the future with nature and reconciled with itself and reconciled with the future. There is no longer, as Marshall McLuhan, the Canadian philosopher, said, there are no passengers on this planet. Everyone on this planet, or no one on this planet, is ready to accept a world without a future. We want to see this world continue to exist. Can the world count on us to bring back hope? Can the world count on us to pool together our resources, brothers and sisters, together and create a new humanity? The illusion of everlasting development is over. Let us now put an end to the damage caused to Mother Earth. Mr. President, brothers and sisters, time has run out. We can no longer indulge in speeches and rules. We need to adopt a radical change and bring about a new world, which is possible. Real life. Let the present be a second before eternity. Where there is a will, life will prevail. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. José María Neves, President of Cabo Verde. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
President,
Chairman, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, climate change and its consequences represent one of the gravest current threats to humanity. Our ability to combat and to mitigate these threats depends to a great extent on the solidarity between countries. It also depends on combining efforts deployed to find practical solutions and effective solutions at global level. Cabo Verde is one of the most vulnerable countries in Africa and in the world. It is a small island developing state with one of the lowest levels of greenhouse gas emissions per capita in the world. Cabo Verde contributes almost nothing, or indeed nothing at all, to climate change, but because of its vulnerable situation, it is a country that has suffered greatly from the consequences of climate change. Climate change has jeopardized the years of progress that we have made towards sustainable development. Unfortunately, the droughts that affect the archipelago are becoming more and more frequent, and they're lasting longer. We're also seeing worse and worse saltwater intrusion and the worsening of our groundwater. We're also seeing degradation of the soils and a loss of biodiversity. And these are only some of the issues. The COVID-19 pandemic and the energy crisis associated with climate change have considerably worsened the constraints and the structural vulnerabilities that the country suffers. We've seen worsening public debt and a worsening of social indicators, both of which represent significant challenges in achieving the goals set out in our national plans and also set by the Sustainable Development Goals in the United Nations 2030 Agenda. The country has played an active role in regional and international climate governance. It has signed key international conventions and agreements, in particular the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. At national level, Cabo Verde has made the fight against climate change and the mitigation of its effects an area of state policy. Measures to combat climate change are included in the country's main strategic development programs and plans. Strategic plans for sustainable development, plans for strategic development. This is a plan called Cabo Verde Ambition 2030. They are also included in the National Plan for Adaptation and in the nationally determined contribution. Cabo Verde has spared no effort to minimize the impact of climate change, and it's done this through planned and determined actions. These include the measure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 35% by 2030. That requires greater use of renewable energies and low carbon transport. This can be achieved by introducing measures to encourage the use of electric vehicles, in particular in the public transport sector. In order to achieve effective climate governance, the country is counting on the support of its principal development partners and hopes to have easier access to the funds that have been set up to this effect. For small island developing states, such as Cabo Verde, it is essential that they can access global financing. To meet our nationally determined contribution, for example, Cabo Verde will have to mobilize around 2 billion euros over the next 10 years. In this context, I call on the international community to consider the possibility of transforming the debt held by small island developing states into climate investment, into education, into healthcare, and into the fight against poverty and inequalities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. George Mani Wee, President of Liberia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, Her Excellency Madam Claire Mariwia, First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, the President of the 27th United Nations Climate Change Conference, heads of international organizations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to extend my profound thanks and appreciation to the government and people of the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting the UN Climate Change Conference, Cop27, in Egypt. When we attended COP26 1 year ago in Glasgow, Scotland, our world was just beginning to emerge from the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And there was a sense of recovery and a renewal of hope that we could once again act together in concert to refocus our collective efforts on mitigating the devastating effects of global climate change. We acknowledge our shortcomings in terms of inequity and admitted our shortfalls in meeting our target for reducing our carbon emissions and footprints. We also reconfirm our commitment to contribute higher levels of financing to support our efforts and review and re-evaluate our chances of limiting the rise in global warming to meet our temperature targets of 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2030. Now, 1 year later, as we meet in Sharm el-Sheikh today, we are observing, waiting and hopeful that our promises made in Glasgow will be kept and pledges fulfilled. We are also saddened to note that inequity and imbalance still remain between high and low emitters in the climate change architecture, and that the financial flows within still remains disproportionate and unfair to low-emitting countries, especially those with significant carbon capture capability, who are expected to reserve their forests without commensurate benefits to their populations. So, as we assemble here once again to find a pragmatic and productive way forward, let us do so with renewed dedication, commitment, and sincerity, so that we harness our collective strength to develop lasting solutions that will save our world, not only for ourselves, but for generations yet unborn. Let us stand by the decisions and commitment we make at this COP27 conference here in Egypt to avert a global catastrophe. Ladies and gentlemen, together we can implement and make our one world a better place. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sandrika Bersat Santoki, President of Suriname. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished chair, members of the head table, leaders of the world, ladies and gentlemen. 1 year passed since COP26. Today, we are all more aware that concrete actions are needed now. Instead of more pledges, talks, and promises for the future. We are living the horrors of climate change, and yet we see no significant actions to live up to the Paris Agreement. Mr. Chair, I'm standing here as president of a small nation, but also as a representative of a very small group of countries, a group of only 3 countries in the world that are still carbon negative. My country, Suriname, is also part of a larger grouping of 11 high forest and low deforestation countries and part of the Amazon forest. Our nation is also part of the grouping of 51 small island developing and low-lying coastal states. Suriname's contribution to global emission is 0.01%, and we are net carbon sink. We are, in fact, carbon negative. Mr. Chair, despite this, we are highly vulnerable to climate impacts. My country has a low-lying vulnerable coast that is threatened due to the sea level rise, and has taken bold decisions to prepare itself. We have created a strong institutional and policy framework with a national climate change policy, strategy and action plan, a national adaptation plan, and sectoral policies that give high priority to climate objectives. With assistance from the IDB, we have transformed our NDC into investment plan with an estimated $700 million in climate change investments. Mr. Chair, Suriname is ready for a full implementation of its NDCs to deliver the results we promise and to protect ourselves from the ravages of sea level rise. Suriname has committed to protect our mangrove forests from our limited state budget. Next year, Mr. Chair, we'll sign our first national climate agreement that will show our strong commitment to maintain our forests, to prioritize clean energy, and to promote the integration of climate mitigation and adaptations actions. We are building our national technical capacity and expertise with support of international organizations to be effective in preparation, design, and implementation. Mr. Chair, our energy supply is already for 50% renewable, and we are adding more. Mr. Chair, in the wider Caribbean, many of us almost daily have to address climate change occurrences through external borrowing because we lack the resources. That's why we need support now to include loss and damage as a third pillar in the climate financing structure. Once these funds become available, we also need to simplify the procedures for access to climate finance and to make appreciable condition period more efficient and effective. We cannot wait years to receive climate finance. Let us make it simple, accessible, and make it work. Mr. Chair, let us not create another international bureaucracy. The Bretton Woods Institutes should incorporate climate change in their economic recovery programs in a more effective way. Climate change has become part of the economic paradigm. We call upon the international community to put its money where its mouth is. Mr. Chair, the international community has promised billions, but thus far too little has materialized. Ladies and gentlemen, promises made must be kept. Therefore, on behalf of our children and the next generation, we urgently call on the historic emitters to do more and to help to save our world. My country is doing its part in this regard with the limited resources and capacity. Mr. Chair, I thank you. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Antonio Costa, Prime Minister of Portugal.
Mr. President of Cop27, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I begin by thanking the President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the Egyptian government, and the Egyptian people for the warm welcome and well-organized forum that they have greeted us in this COP27. Science is clear. The climate emergency is a crisis that already affects us today. And the plight of the war in Ukraine cannot detract us from the urgency of answering the challenges of climate change. In fact, the consequences of this war have only shown us how necessary it is to accelerate the energy transition and decrease our reliance on fossil fuels. All of us are affected by the dramatic increase in energy prices arising from this war, leaving millions in a situation of energy poverty. Portugal, which has started to invest in renewable energies 15 years ago, is an example of how investing in transition ensures that we are less dependent and safer from an energy point of view. We cannot backtrack on our commitments. It's important that we leave Sharm el-Sheikh with a clear vision, allowing us to obtain results regarding the different questions that we are facing, from mitigation to financing, as well as adaptation and review of national determined contributions. This effort must be led by developed countries and major emitting countries. Excellencies, Portugal does not lose sight from its own compromises. Our goals are ambitious, but we have been able to meet them and even bring them forward. We believe that a just energy transition can be synonymous with growth and economic prosperity. But above all else, it's a moral imperative. As leaders, we owe it to our populations, to the rest of the world, and to future generations. With the entry into force last year of the first Climate Framework Law, we have reinforced our goal of achieving carbon neutrality until 2050, while committing to study the feasibility of its anticipation to 2045. Since Glasgow, we were able to bring forward by 2 years the closing of our last coal-fired power stations, which have already ceased to function last year, And despite the energetic crisis, we won't be reactivating them. We also continue to invest in renewable energies and have the capacity and ambition to go from fossil energy importers to green energy exporters. Today, renewable energies amount already to around 60% of our electricity consumption. And our goal is to reach 80% until 2026. We are also confident that green hydrogen and other renewable gases are energies for the future. We have reached a few days ago a deal with France and Spain to create a green energy corridor to supply the center of northern of Europe. A very heartfelt word about wildland fires. It's a reality that is not always addressed in this forum, but it's of the utmost importance to reduce emissions and the capacity of the forest to play its role in carbon sequestration. The truth is that it is estimated that 6% of global CO2 emissions result from human-caused fires. In more extreme years, this number can even reach 20% of global CO2 emissions. Thus, significant improvements in the policies and processes of fire prevention and extinction are an important contribution to reducing emissions. It's in this framework that next year we will organize in Portugal the 8th International Wildland Fire Conference, during which we intend to create a new fire risk benchmark and its corresponding governance model. We invite all countries to participate and join us in this conference. Protecting our forests is a global challenge due to their role as carbon sinks and in the protection of soils and aquifers. It was with great enthusiasm that we heard the President-elect of Brazil, Lula da Silva, reaffirm his commitment to zero deforestation of the Amazon rainforest. Excellencies, we cannot obviously forget our responsibilities towards the global funding efforts. This conference, which takes place in the African continent, has to be capable of finding answers to the problems of this continent. Portugal has been strengthening our cooperation for climate action. Last September, we have signed with the African Development Bank a guarantee agreement of 400 million euro to support investments in 6 African countries: Angola, Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, São Tomé and Príncipe, in priority sectors which include renewable energies. But we intend to do more. In the framework of our strategy for Portuguese Cooperation 2030, which we are currently finalizing, we'll have a pillar dedicated to planet, and we are going to reinforce by 25% the support we give to our cooperation partners in this area to help fight climate change also in the African continent. Excellencies, sustainable ocean management is also central to our resilience to climate change. And it is also, oceans are the greatest regulator of climate. We must, in this domain, pursue science-based policies. It was in this spirit that we co-organized with Kenya the second Oceans Conference in Lisbon. In this context, I would like to highlight the Sustainable Blue Economy Investment Forum, in which commitments in the amount of 10 billion euro in investment were made. Given the success of this initiative, we will hold next year, in 2023, a second edition of this forum. Excellencies, Mr. President, allow me to finish. Multilateral dialogue is fundamental to achieving the Paris goals and finding answers to deal with global challenges. Together, we can walk towards carbon-neutral societies, societies which are resilient to the impacts of climate change, societies that manage their resources in an efficient, circular, and sustainable manner, societies which are driven by renewable energies and are guided by the principle of just transition. This is the society that Portugal wishes to build and help build. This is the path to peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, dear friends, I'm honored to address you on behalf of my country, Georgia. And I want to thank the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt for his leadership as our host and for the tireless efforts in the preparation of this very important event. Dear colleagues, climate change has become a challenge for our generation. And we as leaders of our countries are responsible to find a solution for the sake of humanity and our future generations. There is no time for deliberation. We need swift and result-oriented actions. In this spirit, Georgia is considering turning the Paris commitments into credible delivery and increasing the ambition of its nationally determined contributions in 2025. We have developed a very comprehensive Georgia's 2030 climate change strategy and subsequent action plan to further facilitate the ambitious agenda for climate change mitigation. Additionally, Georgia, with its long-term low-emission development strategy, targets to reach carbon neutrality by 2050 with unifying national efforts and with international support. Georgia has one of the cleanest grids. 85% of our electricity comes from renewable sources. And further enhancing the share of renewables energy is a strategic priority for my country. Additionally, we continue to support further non-traditional renewable energy development projects, such as solar, wind, hydrogen, geothermal, and other means of sustainable sources. I'm confident that a robust framework for increasing the resilience of our countries will be an important outcome of our negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh. However, these efforts can only be effective if the perspectives and contexts of developing countries in all regions are considered. Equitable geographical representation, sovereign equality, and dignity of all its member states is a fundamental principle of the UN's work and of this body. The principle to leave no one behind is echoed in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Therefore, achieving equitable geographic representation in the composition of constituted bodies under the Convention remains among our highest priorities at this COP. In conclusion, dear friends, I encourage and remind all of our colleagues that success cannot be achieved alone. Only with joint efforts we will be able to reap the rewards. So let's work together and translate the outcomes of COP27 into prompt climate action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Surangel Samuel Whips, President of Palau. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you for hosting the summit. Palau hopes that the coming together of this 27th Conference of the Parties, we commit to true change. We have a saying in Palau. It goes, "Ogululaw ramatamalang," which refers to spending too much time talking about the impending disaster and only acting when it's too late. The time is now to act. From the extreme droughts in parts of the US, Europe, and China, and the floods in Pakistan and Australia, to destructive storms in the Philippines and Florida, lives, crops, and homes have been destroyed. There is no doubt that we are facing the impacts of climate change. When we last met, I said, on Palau's experiences, you might as well bomb us. That might have been an easier fate. In Palau, we are being drawn and quartered. COVID decimated our economy. Even as we are working to rebuild, the climate crisis is tearing us apart, limb by limb. Extreme storms and floods continue to destroy our crops and homes and infrastructure. Just last Monday, we were hit by another storm, ripping off roofs and damaging infrastructure. Sea levels are rising, eating away at our coastlines and inundating our taro patches and farms and impacting food security. Droughts have caused water shortages. The extreme heat this summer killed over 30 million of our prized and beautiful jellyfish that are world-renowned because they're stingless. This is the third known event for Palau. It occurred in 1997, again in 2017, and now in 2022. They usually disappear each time for a period of 2 years. As one of our star attractions, we are at risk of losing a critical component of our tourism industry, further decimating our economy, which we are trying to rebuild after COVID. This reality underscores our urgent call today for all states to do what is needed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. We should no longer be held hostage to fossil fuels. Let's not let the war in Ukraine serve as an excuse for us to backslide on our commitments to transitioning to renewable energy. Today, we are calling for those who are the largest emitters of pollution to take responsibility for the damage they cause. Loss and damage to be fully operationalized, and easier and faster access to climate financing and adaptation and mitigation in the form of grants and not loans. We urge the developed nations to deliver on the $100 billion climate finance commitment and to at least double their collective provision for climate finance adaptation by 2025. There's a legend in Palau which offers some sense of hope. It's about two men who lived in adjoining caves in the village of Oigul in Irai. Mr. Baribra, who was good at making coconut syrup, and Mr. Amaredong, who was good at catching fish. Because they thought they were alone, they threw away their surpluses and created lots of waste. When they realized they weren't alone, they shared their excess and lived abundant lives. With everyone working together, we can address climate change. This must include the 23 million Taiwanese excluded from participating in UN conventions. Taiwan, like all of us, has contributed to the problem. However, they are committed to being part of the solution. They actively support other countries' climate aspirations while moving toward net zero emissions by 2050. We share one ocean, one atmosphere. We must share in the responsibility to find innovative solutions and commit to change our behaviors. I am not giving up. I know keeping below 1.5 seems unachievable. However, together, nothing is impossible. This week, here at COP, let us act to stop the torture, to save the world, and to provide hope for our children and theirs. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. Distinguished heads of the state and government, delegates, honored guests, we will continue with the delivery of national statement today in 30 minutes in this plenary. With this, I declare this joint meeting in the COP, CMP, and CMA adjourned.
I'm sure we will. انا مثلا شويه حبيته طيب ولا شويه همشي يعني مش عايزه نقعد طب تعالي نقعد بقى في حته.
I didn't want to leave. طب ايه طب ما تقولي له فين اديك يودس بس كده يا عم على اي وقت شحنه يا باشا امبارح بالليل طبعا على إذا بزنس مانجر يعني
رامي أحمد الصورة اللي موجودة قدامك يا رامي تعرفت الكود طبعا أو البراند اللي
لا خليك رايق
كده بص كده فايز هيجيب لك الاكل وهيمشي يريح هو كمان. بالظبط. لا اصل بس صاحبنا قال لك انا عاوز اغنيه عايزها وعمل اغنيه فانا مستني استغرب الناس بتشد على
كده ان احنا كده
خش جوا.
تقريبا 5 دقايق. فين؟ دول في المولو ماشيين حد بيزايد لو بيتكلم او بيعمل
They do not want to fuck with me. You want to call them? Please do, because I think they listen to you. I think they connect into them. Okay. You want to?
تعالى That's pretty good. I get
Delegates, could you please take your seats? We are going to begin the delivery of national statements. Thank you.
distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, honored guests, I now open the 5th meeting of the Cop27, 5th meeting of the CMP17, and 5th meeting of the CMA4. As we continue the national statements, I would like to remind representatives of the actions in place to ensure effective time management, namely the 3-minute time limit for statements during the high-level segment. Please be reminded that statements should be as concise and brief as possible, as full texts of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. Speaking slots for those who are not in the plenary at the time for delivery of their statements will be scheduled to speak at the end of all statements of the same category. Dear distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, honored guests, let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council, and Her Excellency Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Excellencies, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have a green revolver held against our temples. And the conflict between Russia and the Ukraine has led to what is already a challenging global circumstances, ending up more challenging than they were before. We will shortly hear a virtual message from President Zelensky, which will delve further thereon. But I wish to make the point that the Kremlin has chosen to make energy a weapon of mass destabilization in today's world. And this weapon is pointed directly at the heart of Europe and at the global energy markets. And by the same token, the Kremlin has chosen to exploit fertilizer and food products, using them as another weapon based on cynicism. And those weapons are pointed at the most vulnerable in the world and at developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the war in Ukraine has taught us a paradoxical lesson. On the one hand, it lends credence to our decision to progressively move away from fossil fuels. But said war in Ukraine has also unleashed chaos and disorder and overly rapid change in the markets, and has paradoxically led to increased reliance, at least in the short term, on fossil fuels. There can be no shadow of a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that said crisis further reinforces the determination of the European Union. We are and will continue to remain champions of climate action. We are resolved to speed up these actions. We are determined to protect nature and oceans, forests, which constitute the green lungs of the Earth and guarantee the ability of humankind to survive on Earth. We will also continue to champion biodiversity. The European Union, by its very nature, is a project of cooperation and solidarity. We as a body bear a responsibility towards the peoples of developing countries. We built our own prosperity in abusing fossil fuels and by abusing and maltreating nature. We must recognize and acknowledge that, so we must bear our share of the burden, and we are indeed so doing as the European Union. The European Union is the main supplier of climate funds. More than 20 billion euros were disbursed by the European Union for climate action in 2021. We're also striving to contribute actively to the process of decarbonization in global industry by forging effective partnerships that deliver tangible results and that will move us down the path towards a fair and equitable energy and climate transition. And we're doing this in partnership with developing countries and G7 partners. As I think you're aware, we also bear an obligation towards the young people, towards the future generation, whose voices are being heard, who are standing up and taking their place. They act as our global conscience. We also bear an obligation to each and every one of our citizens in each and every one of our countries. We owe them truth. We owe them clarity. In Europe, we founded our climate transition on the model of affordable and accessible alternatives. And we continue to pursue that same objective, climate neutrality by 2050, net zero emissions. But we have to look reality today full in the face. We have to take difficult decisions as we sketch out our transition roadmap. And as we do so against the backdrop of today's geopolitical realities, we're accelerating investment in renewable energy. But we need to borrow from all sources of energy that can help this transition. We need to diversify the energy mix in order to guarantee supplies, while simultaneously acknowledging and recognizing that developing countries need gas in particular to be able to build their transition and their development strategies. President, here I will conclude, but we wish to pursue a just, equitable and transparent transition. We heard from the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres yesterday, which encapsulated the faith which is pinned in here and the fact that we have a stark choice before us all, suicide or solidarity. We are choosing solidarity. The time for fine words, promises and pledges is over. Now is the time for concrete action, resolution, determination. And in that, you can count upon the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. In February, in the same week that Russia invaded Ukraine, the IPCC issued a stark warning to the global community. Its message could not have been clearer. The climate is changing faster than our capacity to adapt. So the world must deliver better and faster. The global fossil fuel crisis must be a game changer. And my friends, let us not take the highway to hell. Let us earn the clean ticket to heaven. That is our responsibility. And for Europe, the answer is Repower EU. We're not just cutting our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. That is good, but that is not enough. But we are massively accelerating the rollout of renewables. The European Union's additional renewable capacity is set to more than double this year, up to 50 gigawatt. And if we accelerate, and if we scale up, and that's our plan, we can in the next year meet a new all-time record of over 100 gigawatt of additional renewable capacity. Because we know that every kilowatt hour of electricity that we generate from renewable sources like solar and wind and green hydrogen is not only good for our climate, but also good for our independence and our security of supply. And here, the Global South has the resources in abundance. So let's team up. And that is why the European Union is signing new hydrogen partnerships with Egypt, with Namibia, with Kazakhstan. That is why we are supporting partners such as Vietnam and South Africa to decarbonize their economies. We need to reach the Paris goals, and Europe is staying the course. We will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% till 2030, and that's cast in law. With our Fit for 55 package, we're putting in place the most ambitious legal framework worldwide, and we call on all major emitters to increase their ambitions too. And in addition, we need tangible progress on our global goal for adaptation. Those most in need in the developing world must be supported in adapting to a harsher climate. And this is also why the COP must make progress on averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage from climate change. It is high time to put this on the agenda. And finally, we urge our partners in the global north to step up their climate finance to the global south. Team Europe is providing its fair share of the $100 billion promise. For the second year in a row, we have exceeded 23 billion euros, despite the COVID pandemic, despite the Russian war. And a big bulk of our climate finance goes already to adaptation. So it is doable, and we call on others to step up too. My message to you today is Europe is staying the course, so let's do this journey together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome.
ويسعدني أن أرحب بصاحب السعادة أندري نيرينا راجولينا رئيس مدغشقر.
Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency, Monsieur.
Excellency, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Executive Secretary of UNFCCC, Excellency President of Cop27, dear leaders, majesties, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, I am proud to be here. It's on behalf of my country, Madagascar, that I would like to address my sincere congratulations to President al-Sisi of the Arab Republic of Egypt and to the Egyptian people for holding this summit of the COP27, which is an unmissable meeting in order to save our planet. Alarmed by the severe deterioration of our environment, global leaders decided to organize the very first COP in 1995. It's now been 27 years that we, the leaders, have been meeting regularly every year in order to focus on the fight against climate change. At the time, one of the resolutions adopted was to reduce greenhouse gases. Today, in 2022, this is the 27th edition, and we must reflect the agenda on the agenda of our reunions, of our meetings and our actions. In 2045, 23 years from now, we will celebrate the 50th anniversary of COP. And we have to ask the following question. Were we able to protect our planet? What exactly are we going to leave for our future generations? Today, the situation is deteriorating severely. We're seeing desertification. We're seeing periods of aridity, which are causing serious famine situations. The reduction of rainfall, which is leading to reduced agricultural yield, as well as increasingly violent cyclones and repeated flooding, destroying infrastructure and crops. Our planet is burning. Our ecosystems are deteriorating. Our actions, however, and funding is not aligned with this. Our people are suffering, and they're the first victims. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leaders, the consequences of climate change are devastating, and it is past time to take action. We have made the observations and findings. We need to act now. The commitments taken at COP26 should be implemented. We need to speed up their implementation. The topic chosen for COP27, Together for Implementation, encourages us all to make sure that this is not just a slogan. This has to be implemented. This is an emergency. Out of the $100 billion of commitments per year, how many of them have actually been dispersed? Despite its status as a vulnerable country, Madagascar was one of the first 5 countries to initiate the REDD+ mechanism. Our national adaptation plan has been in operation since 2021. We recently adopted our second plan. We are joining our voice to those of all of the nations that are being impacted by climate disruption in order to accelerate and facilitate the release of green climate funds. With our emergency plan, Madagascar has invested in innovative projects to build a just, clean, and sustainable future. Our great island has 5,603 kilometers of coastline. We have immense potential with our mangroves. And we have the ambition of becoming the model country for blue carbon. We do not have the right to fail here. Together we need to commit in favor of sustainable development for a better humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, here I have one thing to say to you. We hope that God blesses our planet. We thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Abdalfa Al-Burhan Abdrahman, Head of the Transitional Sovereignty Council of the Republic of Sudan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
In
the name of God, the Compassionate and the Merciful. Good afternoon to you all. God bless you. It is a pleasure for me at the outset to extend my thanks to His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Through him, we would also like to thank the government and people of the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting this important global conference. We thank them for the warm welcome that we are so accustomed to. I would also like to extend my deep thanks to the organizers of this important international event. Distinguished participants, climate change has become a major environmental issue of concern to the world as a whole. Indeed, its effects are directly felt by all sectors of life for people and their livelihoods. Sudan, like other states, is affected by climate change. This has led to waves of displacement and internal movements of population, as well as regional movements of populations, causing fighting over resources between the communities affected by climate change. The Paris Agreement on climate change is characteristically inclusive, thus implementable in terms of its objectives, which aim at strengthening the global response to climate change, this threat that is very alive in the context of sustainable development and poverty alleviation, among others. Sudan has great hopes in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. It is adopting development policies that contribute to cutting emissions in line with the SDGs. Sudan is one of the most affected states by climate change, especially in vital and productive sectors such as agriculture, water, health, and food security. The rain-based traditional agricultural sector has shrunk. Two-thirds of the people of Sudan rely on it for food. Natural grazing lands have also been damaged, leading to tensions between the settled and nomadic communities and the agricultural workers. There's also a loss in biodiversity within forests and nature reserves. This has caused waves of displacement and migration, in turn causing environmental degradation. Sudan remains committed to implementing the provisions of UNFCCC and all instruments of the Paris Summit, as well as the Kyoto Protocol. Thus, Sudan prepared and approved its NDC document. It submitted it to the Secretariat of the UNFCCC on the 22nd of September 2022. Its NDC includes projects for both mitigation and adaptation. On the regional level, Sudan participated in the Regional Ministerial Conference on Environment, Migration and Climate Change in July 2022. This conference adopted the Kampala Declaration on Environment, Migration and Climate Change. As current chair of IGAD, Sudan took part in drawing up the regional strategy on climate change for IGAD states. This strategy was approved in Mombasa, Kenya, in October of this year. In the same month, Sudan headed the regional conference for land and conflict. In this conference, the Kampala Declaration was adopted, another declaration in Kampala on land and conflict. This demonstrates the commitment of Sudan to these regional and international conventions and instruments on climate change. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate our thanks and appreciation to the host state, the sister state of Egypt, and all states, governments and organizations contributing to the success of this conference. It is our hope that this COP will be able to achieve its objectives. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of Somalia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
God's blessings be upon you.
And government's distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege to deliver the national statement of my country, Somalia, at this council, at this crucial COP27 in Egypt. I thank Egypt and President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, as well as all other international partners for bringing us together in this, to discuss what can only be described as the greatest challenge facing our world today. All the available scientific evidence across the world clearly shows that temperatures and sea levels are rising and droughts and floods are increasing. Food security is weak and climate-induced conflict over resources like water and livestock pasture are common, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, which is dealing with one of the worst droughts in the modern history. The presence of so many leaders in this meeting today gives me a confidence that not only is the issue of climate change being taken seriously internationally, but that during COP27, genuine plans and strategies will be negotiated, agreed, and implemented quickly to ensure we mitigate and adapt to its costly destructive effects across the world. In 2022, over 800 million people, majority of them from Africa, are food insecure. In Somalia, over 7 million people cannot meet their basic food needs and require urgent humanitarian assistance. We need to ask ourselves, why are we here after 26 years? The answer is one, and it is climate change and conflict. What's evident is that there is no equity or fairness in global climate burden sharing, because the nations who produce the least green gases emissions, like Somalia, pay the highest price twice. First, their citizens do not benefit from the developing nations' industrialization, and their own nations usually have minimum industrial output or capacity. And secondly, they seldom have the fiscal space or technology and expertise to respond to the effects of the climate change, which directly hampers their development aspirations and citizens' health and well-being. In Somalia, we are most vulnerable to climate change. Climate change is a political, security, economic challenge for us, and we are taking it very seriously. In this regard, we have dedicated a new ministry and launched a new Somalia Green Initiative to address the matter head-on. Today, Somalia is facing a humanitarian crisis which we are desperately trying to respond to. Because of current drought, we have also had severe floods which have destroyed key infrastructure, prime agricultural land, as well as the livelihoods of entire communities. Today's global food and energy insecurity is disproportionately affecting Somalia because of the impact of the climate change and our people's inability to grow their own crops. Because of the ongoing drought, as a direct consequence, urbanization and all its environmental impact are also on the rise. This is not sustainable and acceptable. Climate mitigation and adaptation strategies and plans need to be rapidly implemented in Somalia to safeguard the lives and the livelihood of our most vulnerable citizens. However, this requires real resources, including accessible grant-based financing and investment in climate resilience in key areas, including water management, infrastructure, and renewable energy. This is vital because many of the developing nations and least developed nations like Somalia are still struggling with the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and national debt sustainability issues, and they must not be left behind. Furthermore, existing national, regional, and international climate early warning systems are not only useful where we can finance early effective action to mitigate and adapt quickly. In Somalia, we have one of the longest coasts in the world, vast arable land, and we are striving to build an economically stable future which both benefits from our strategic location and enormous natural resources potential, including the blue economy. However, we must take urgent action today to work with all our international partners to ensure we make the climate adaptation and mitigation investments that will make this reality tomorrow. In this age of global interconnectivity and interdependency, we must not think in silos or developed versus developing nations, because the looming existential climate disaster does not care for these distinctions. Climate change is complex, and it's not going to magically disappear. In this regard, we must respond to this single greatest challenge to the humanity today, together, and on the firm basis of solidarity, multilateralism, international cooperation is the only way out. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Nekaneke Vurabravu, President of Vanuatu. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Mr. Executive Secretary, Excellencies, more than 3 decades ago, we began this process to stabilize greenhouse gas to prevent dangerous climate change. Clearly, something is not working as emissions continue to rise. Climate finance remains wholly inadequate. The 1.5 degree limit will soon be crossed, and the resulting climate injustice is suffered daily across the planet. Fundamental human rights are being undermined every minute of every day across the planet. Our collective addiction to fossil fuels are mainly responsible. Excellencies, it is time for this process to be dealt with effectively. We must bring additional tools that will inspire the real state action that is required. Vanuatu is of the opinion that states have existing legal obligation that under a range of international fundamental laws to protect the rights of present and future generations from the adverse impacts of climate change. The UNFCCC does not, is not intended to operate in isolation, nor does it absolve the party of their legal obligation under the other treaties they have ratified. Excellencies, Vanuatu, alongside a global coalition of more than 85 nations, is now calling for the United Nations to legally review international law from the International Court of Justice to help make better climate decision. In just a few weeks, the General Assembly will inspire real action to save the goals of the Paris Agreement and maintain the integrity of the climate change. The International Court of Justice process is inclusive. All states are invited to share their views on how to bring better understanding to legal consistency and coherence to climate change. To strengthen nationally determined contribution, we must strengthen our understanding of what international law has already obliged us to do. In this regard, the objective of Vanuatu's initiative is to transform the legal context of which we all act to protect human rights from climate harm. The time has come to, for International Court of to consider climate change. Our young people are demanding climate justice and intergenerational equity. And so I appeal in the strongest terms to leaders here at COP27 to vote in favor of the ICJ climate resolution at the UN General Assembly so that we can finally put human rights under the center of climate decision. I thank you all for your attention. God bless us all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Michael Martin, Prime Minister of Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, across the world we are witnessing the reality of a changing climate. Record temperatures, wildfires, floods and droughts. What were once exceptional events are now occurring with increased frequency and ferocity. People in the poorest parts of our planet are being driven from regions that can no longer support and sustain them. Climate change is fueling conflict, global instability, competition for resources and abject human misery. If this generation doesn't step up urgently, future generations will not forgive us. As leaders, it is our responsibility to drive the transformation necessary. In Ireland, the government has set legally binding emission reduction targets of 51% by 2030 and has committed Ireland to becoming climate neutral by 2050. We have fixed sectoral emission ceilings, limiting greenhouse gas emissions for each economic sector. Achieving these targets will be challenging, so we have enacted a legal framework to guide and underpin our efforts. The burden of climate change globally is falling most heavily on those least responsible for our predicament. Ireland has therefore published an international climate finance roadmap, reaffirming our commitment to supporting the world's most vulnerable people. We are more than doubling our finance to at least $225 million a year by 2025. We will not see the change we need without climate justice. I am therefore pleased to announce that Ireland will contribute $10 million to the Global Shield Initiative for 2023 to protect the most vulnerable from climate loss and damage. As leaders, we must lead. Our citizens will become increasingly cynical, wary and hopeless if words are not urgently matched by deeds, if commitments do not generate new realities. We can already see and feel the world around us changing. Temperatures in Ireland have been so mild this autumn that trees are producing new growth before they have even shed their leaves. The situation is urgent, but it is not hopeless. As the UN report shows, we are bending the curve of emissions downwards. Last year's UN projections showed emissions continuing to rise beyond 2030. This year, however, analysis shows them no longer rising after that date. It is progress, but it is far from enough. Our collective commitments, as notified, would still see temperatures increase by 2.5 degrees by the end of the century, with devastating consequences for the sustainability of our planet. We need to do more. When I spoke at COP26 last year, I said I did not believe that it is now too late, that the transition will be too costly, that it is inevitable that we will leave people behind. I believe it even more so now. It is realistic for our legacy to be a sustainable planet, a world alive with an abundance of plant and animal life, with cleaner water and healthier air, with livable cities and sustainable rural communities. We in Ireland will do everything in our power to bring it about. This generation of leaders cannot say that we didn't know. The science is clear. Every tonne of carbon warms the world. Every delay makes our task that bit bigger. Let us not waste a second more. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Petr Fiala, Prime Minister of Czechia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me express my appreciation to the government and people of the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting this important conference. We, the world leaders gathering here in Sharm el-Sheikh, see the urgency of our response to climate change, which affects the well-being of mankind. My country is currently holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union. From this position, I would like to stress that we are dealing with the unprecedented aggression of Russia against Ukraine. Besides the direct impact, it has many tragic side effects, such as energy and food crisis affecting many nations, and also huge negative effects on the environment and climate protection. Remaining faithful to the Paris Agreement commitments, many countries in Europe are now forced to use more fossil fuels than expected. They do that to have enough energy, to keep their people warm. We understand the social and economic aspects of the situation. The EU reacted to war quickly and created the revolutionary REPowerEU package. It is a way out of this crisis. It will reduce our dependence on Russian gas and also on fossil fuels in general. This is important because we must not lose our focus on the ongoing climate change, which poses critical threat to many. The scope of climate change requires our joint efforts. The EU climate ambition has always been very high, and even today we stand ready to go on. The rules of the Paris Agreement, the achievements of previous conferences like Katowice, Madrid and Glasgow must be translated into concrete actions. The Czech Republic is fully committed to the EU joint climate goals to reduce greenhouse gas emission at least by 55% by 2030 and to reach the climate neutrality by 2050. Presiding over the EU Council, we are working on the finalization of the Fit for 55 package. It is a key legislative framework for achieving our goals, and it's completely in line with the national determined contribution stipulated by the Paris Agreement. Both packages, Fit for 55 and REPowerEU, will help us enhance energy efficiency and speed up the clean energy transition. Another topic brought forward under the Czech EU presidency is the disaster risk reduction and adaptation to enhance climate security in a fragile context. The Prague Appeal has summarized principles and lessons learned for adaptation and reduction of loss and damage caused by climate change. We have also repeatedly contributed to the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction work on early warning and early action. The goal is simple: to prevent and minimize losses and damages caused by climate change. The adaptation to climate change is also the cornerstone of the Czech climate policy. We are focusing on appropriate adaptation capacity while fostering our climate resilience. My government plans to phase out coal, focusing on renewable and nuclear energy and maximizing energy efficiency and savings. And we keep our promises. By 2020, the Czech Republic reduced greenhouse gas emission by 43% compared to 1990, a number well beyond our commitment. Coping with the climate change is not only about domestic measures. We also need to assist other countries and regions. The most vulnerable developing countries need to help with strengthening their climate action and dealing with damage. And I am glad that the Czech Republic is going to have its share in the international support. In this spirit, our government decided to renew our contribution to the Green Climate Fund, into which we will be contributing €1 million starting from 2024. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to implement efficient climate policy, we need to keep building strong partnership on all levels and across all sectors. We need to work together on finding realistic and fair solutions that will help us overcome global climate challenges by reducing emissions, adaptation, innovation, and joint strategies. This is our common task. We all need to take it seriously in order to provide a better future for next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed I.M. Shtea, Prime Minister of the State of Palestine. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to thank President Abdel Fattah Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and I'd like to thank them for organizing this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders of state and government participating in this important event on the land of Egypt. On behalf of President Mahmoud Abbas and Palestine, I congratulate Egypt on the hosting of this conference and on the organization and warm welcome. Mr. President, it seems that the world is still far from achieving the goal set by the Paris Climate Conference, because a change does not happen overnight, and because the signatories to the Paris Pact have not reduced emissions from their lands. Instead of reducing these emissions, we find that emissions are still increasing as the impact of greenhouse gases is still noticeable. The world has to be more realistic in what it aspires to, as there has been an international goal to reduce emissions, but there was no commitment to international plans and agreements to achieve this goal. We gathered here, we should not build imaginary hopes about what can be achieved. We need realism. We need political will, and to call a spade, and this is based on the following. First, emission reduction needs to be financed. Investment in clean energy needs many times the amount of funding now available. Renewable energy also needs infrastructure. Concessional financing obtained from industrialized nations must be a moral issue and a collective responsibility, and should not be only based on profit. Second, Serious efforts must be made to achieve the desired goal of adaptation and to face this climate change. The world is facing deadly weather events such as floods and droughts, hurricanes, and these are a matter of life and death for the whole world. This was said by the Secretary General. 3, aid from rich countries, even if small, has a significant impact. The world's poor are paying the price for emissions in rich countries. Mr. President, what is the fault of a poor farmer who has not contributed to climate change when he sees his crop destroyed without compensation or help from the world? 4, failure to control climate change is a slow death sentence. Economic and environmental systems in some countries and cities are threatened with death and of being submerged in the water. Gentlemen, the situation in Palestine is an exception. It is suffering. I mean, the suffering of the world is multiple. On the one hand, there is a military occupation that destroys humans and the environment. And on the other hand, the impact of climate change, like the rest of the world. So the Israeli occupation through the colonial settlements destroys nature, steals our resources and buries its solid and dangerous waste in our land. It steals our water and uproots our trees. Since 1967, more than 2.5 million trees have been uprooted, including 800,000 olive trees. According to studies, the Dead Sea is also faced with existential dangers due to overexploitation by Israel. On the other hand, IPCC concluded that colonialism is a devastating element of the environment and the climate. So the occupier wants to perpetuate its occupation at the expense of the national and natural resources of the people under occupation. Consequently, the Israeli occupation with its colonial system is robbing us of $41 billion worth of national resources annually, in addition to the overexploitation of our water resources, which has led to a water deficit of up to 135 million cubic meters per year. A Palestinian consumption of water is 1/3 of what an Israeli consumes. Gaza is suffering threefold of the suffering of the world over. Palestine is impacted by what's happening in the world and what's happening on its land. And it is not a bystander. It's not a passive party in this situation. On the contrary, we have ratified the Paris Agreement and climate change and prepared climate adaptation plans at the sectors of water, health, solid waste, transport, and communications. But the implementation of these plans needs your support. We have implemented hundreds of projects related to clean energy, wastewater treatment, and restoration of this water for irrigation. We are converting solid waste into energy. We also have a program to make Palestine green. We plant thousands of trees annually. Mr. President, just a few days ago, we announced a water harvesting project. On the other hand, we stand ready to contribute to the success of international efforts aimed at mitigating the effects of climate change in line with our commitments. We salute the Green Middle East Initiative put forward by His Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Mr. President, Palestine, like others, needs to benefit from the international technical and financial mechanisms, including GEF, Global Environment Facility, which continues to limit our share from transparent allocation system due to purely political reasons. Today, the eyes of the world are focused on Sharm el-Sheikh. So let the resolutions we adopt be realistic and implementable and in line with the expectations of the world. I'm confident that collective responsibility is the pillar of success. We have to move toward a viable future for our children and for future generations. Long live the world solidarity for the freedom of the people of Palestine and for all the oppressed people across the world. Thank you, Egypt, for your efforts. Peace be upon the world, and peace be upon you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kosia Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for your astute leadership in guiding our 27th Conference of Parties business, and wish you and your team success in our work and outcomes. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the government and the people of Egypt, our gracious hosts, for their preparation and the hospitalities extended to me and my delegation. Each COP, Mr. President, Tuvalu is ever so encouraged by the good intention and goodwill pronounced and announced through countries' beautifully crafted speeches made in these institutions, as well as in other platforms the world over. But this said, Mr. President, we must always gauge our efforts by what is happening to our environment and to the people who are affected in the front line. As we reflect back to the transformative spirit of our Agenda 2030, which is almost in its halfway stage, we recall in 2015 that the 2030 Agenda envisages a world of universal respect for human rights and human dignity, the rule of law, justice, equality, and non-discrimination, of respect for race, ethnicity, and cultural diversity, and of equal opportunity permitting the full realization of human potential and contributing to shared prosperity. Mr. President, Tuvalu is proactively seeking solutions and not sitting on its laurels by any imagination. We are developing a long-term adaptation plan known as the LTAP, de la Finga, which is informed by science, experience, and best practices. De la Finga is an ambitious plan envisioned to save Tuvalu, to accommodate our entire population safely beyond worst-case sea level rise beyond 2100, and to offer solutions to pre-existing developments and resource constraints issues that have remained difficult to tackle for decades, and to offer hope for the future of Tuvalu and Tuvaluans. Mr. President, Tuvalu, as the Pacific region's champion for loss and damage, is an outcome of Cop27 that delivers a secure, guaranteed loss and damage financing facility, especially considering the urgency caused by climate change impacts, as reiterated by IPCC reports. Mr. President, the existing gaps in the legal infrastructure for dealing with climate change must also be addressed. Tuvalu and Antigua and Barbuda have established COSIS, a commission of small island states on climate change and international law, to seek advisory opinions from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, particularly on their endeavors to clarify states' international legal obligation to combat climate change effects. As sea level rise, our population will be displaced from their homes. However, climate refugees is not covered under the categories of the Refugee Convention. Drowning islands and flooded nations requires a reassertion of our basic human rights Tuvalu and the Marshall Islands have established a Rising Nation initiative to commit the international community to preserving our sovereignty and basic human rights. These include inter alia the rights to life, health, food and water, livelihoods, culture, privacy, and home, and life and property. Mr. President, we all know that the leading cause of climate crisis is fossil fuels. Tuvalu have joined Vanuatu and other nations calling for a fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty to steer our development models to produce renewables and just transition away from fossil fuels. Today's climate emergency can be reduced to two basic concepts: time and temperature. It's getting too hot, and there is barely time to slow and reverse the increasing temperature. Therefore, it is essential to prioritize fast-acting strategies that avoid the most warming. Based on time, we have already reached 1.1 degrees. By temperature, the planet is heating disproportionately where most cities are situated. Short-lived pollutants deliver fast results. Scientific research confirms that decarbonization alone does not slow near-term warming. CO2 must be paired with deep cuts to the short-lived climate superpollutants like methane, black carbon, hydrofluorocarbons, and ground-level ozone. Mr. President, these are our resources in our LTEP, LAFINGA, which is homegrown strategy backed up by science, one that is more durable and sustainable in our views. We are willing to share to all like-minded partners, including Republic of China, Taiwan, whose meaningful participation in the UN specialized agencies, including WHO, ICAO, and UNFCCC, is the global fight against climate change should be applauded and recognized. Mr. President, if we do not make headway in this COP, Tuvalu is quickly losing faith in the institution to deliver a sustainable outcome that does not leave island communities and many of us behind. Nevertheless, I remain positively optimistic in our institutions and global community to deliver. But the IPCC reports are science-based and their narrative is clear and honest. And may I say, so also the experiences and realities of my country's plight. Tuvalu and many islands are struggling to cope with sea level rise that exacerbates many other development challenges. I thank you for this opportunity and wish COP27 all success. Tuvalu Modetua.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Robert Abela, Prime Minister of Malta. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends. As world leaders and policymakers, we need to keep asking ourselves one fundamental question. How significant is our contribution to slowing down climate change? Coming from one of the smaller nations and an island state, we have recognized that implementing change, however small or minute our contribution, is crucial for succeeding in the goal of addressing climate change. A reduction in the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere and the lowering of global temperatures require two things: commitment and ambition. Our presence at COP year after year is a manifestation of our commitment to the Paris Principles, as well as our resolve to keeping the 1.5-degree target alive. Now, we must move beyond. Statements of goodwill are indeed important. However, it is concrete action that will deliver results. Our actions or inaction is what will define our relationship with the planet. At this moment, this relationship is fragile. So much so, I dare say that this climate crisis is indeed a threat to our global security. Countries all over the world are being battered by climatic extremes, from rising sea levels to devastating storms, from drought to floods, from excessive heat to water scarcity. It is also no secret that smaller states, especially islands like my country, Malta, and other vulnerable countries, are paying the higher price, even though we are the ones that have least contributed to the release of carbon through the combustion of fossil fuels over the years. So, going forward, the future that we want to create should be based on the equality of nations, without any distinction. If we want to aim for success in mitigating climate change, we must recognize the differentiated impact it has, especially upon the most vulnerable. Having said all this, however, it is also true that our small size can be used to our advantage. For us, this is an existential threat, and our industry has to be innovative in the way it prepares itself for the years ahead. We do not have the scale, nor perhaps the capacity to develop new technologies to make a difference globally. However, we are probably the best placed to serve as a testbed for them. As part of the ambitious GHG emission reduction program, being the EU's Fit for 55 package, Malta, my country, is willing to do its part. We are confident that the actions which we are implementing as part of our low-carbon development strategy will indeed lead us to climate neutrality by 2050. Resolve, climate discipline, and sound fiscal and monetary policies, coupled with investments in digitalization, robust energy policies, electrification, and renewables will get us where we need to be. Simultaneously, we also recognize that we need to help others, and we are doing this through action in the following ways. Firstly, by supporting countries experiencing climate-related disasters. By way of example, last week the Maltese government sent substantial medical assistance to Pakistan following the devastating floods. Secondly, through assistance for others in their path towards decarbonization. Last year, in Glasgow, I had announced the Island for Islands initiative, expressing Malta's willingness to provide assistance to small island developing states, with whom we share common climate predicaments. Through this initiative, utilizing our experience in water management, we are providing technical assistance to islands like us for enhanced resource use, greater return on investments, and more resilience to climate-induced scarcities. This year, my government has also focused on a structured dialogue with the relevant stakeholders, with the private sector, and this has generated a crucial momentum to drive the green and just transition. And our efforts will indeed continue. Discussing our experiences, the lessons learned, and the options for a decarbonized economy are central to this initiative, and we wish to share indeed further with small island developing states. To enhance capacity building, we shall be providing scholarships to students coming from other islands to undertake climate-related studies at the University of Malta. Moreover, I am proud to announce that, as we already did last year, Malta will be doubling its contribution to the International Climate Fund. Through contributions to this fund, further work will be actioned around the world. Finally, I would like to underline a point about our ocean and cryosphere. Sea level rises caused by climate change should not affect any rights which islands and coastal regions currently have over their land and maritime jurisdiction. Dear friends, allow me to reiterate the appeal conveyed by many colleagues, leaders, changemakers, and youths. Let us lead our generation's revolution like our forefathers did before us. The Green Revolution will lead to great benefits: affordable clean energy, healthy air, and enough food for all. Let us be ambitious. Let us be committed. Let us do this for our people. Let us deliver for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Philip Davis, Prime Minister of Bahamas. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, some Bahamians have asked, why have we come here? I say that we have come because we have to believe that a safer, better future is possible. I say that we have come because we believe that action, real concerted action, can save the planet and save our human race. And I say that we have come because each nation here, acting in its own enlightened self-interest, knows in a most profound way that we need each other to make this work. I live in the most beautiful country on earth. But right now, even as I speak, Bahamians are mobilizing to prepare for the impact of yet another powerful storm, a tropical storm, Nicole. So I come here with a simple request. Let's get real. What we need most at this conference is to confront the radical truth. Big, ambitious goals are important, but not if we use aspirations to obscure reality. The goal to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees is on life support. This is a hard truth for many to admit, because even the best case scenarios will mean almost unimaginable upheaval and tragedy. The realities of war, economic headwinds, the hangover from the pandemic, and competition among world powers cannot be used as justification not to confront these imminent dangers. Let's get real. It's only going to get worse. We are entering a new climate era that will drive extreme geopolitical and economic instability. Statements without binding commitments or enforcement mechanisms have been used again and again as a way to postpone real action. Yes, the world's wealthiest carbon polluters should pay for the very extensive loss and damage caused by their emissions. But getting real means understanding that it will be self-interest that drives decision makers. So I'm not here to ask any of you to love the people of my country with the same passion as I do, or even to act on behalf of future generations in your own country. I'm asking, what is it worth to you to prevent millions of climate refugees from turning into tens of millions and then hundreds of millions, putting pressure on borders and security and political systems across the world? I'm not telling you to overhaul the World Bank for this new climate era because it is the right thing to do. I'm telling you to get smart and act quickly to address the systemic risk of climate change. Multilateral banks must play a crucial role in scaling up financing options that will provide real solutions. I'm not here to tell the private sector to give up caring about profits. I'm here to say that in a world of profound instability, your profits are very much in danger. So we need to work together to transition the world to clean energy. Let's get real about what's coming. Let's get real about what we need to do next. Most of us in the Bahamas are descendants from people who were forcibly removed from their homes, shackled in the bottom of boats, and shipped across the Atlantic. We are the children of the survivors of that man-made tragedy. We inherit their moral imperative. We have a duty to fight for our survival as they fought so desperately for theirs. So even as we have urged the world to act, we have not waited. We know we have what it takes to provide the kind of leadership and innovation that contribute to meaningful solutions. Our mangroves, seagrasses, and salt marshes are a critical carbon sink. While others were talking, we took action and passed innovative new legislation to deal with blue carbon. We created a regulatory framework for dealing and trading in carbon credits. Other countries are already considering adopting our model. Just this past Sunday, we agreed in principle with the IMF to partner together, among other things, to determine how carbon credits can be used productively as a new asset class. Yes, this is what real life-changing action looks like. We in the Bahamas are not sitting still. We will not flinch from confronting the hard truths. We will continue to offer our leadership, and we will continue our drive for innovation and ingenuity. Whoever you are, wherever you are, bring your climate solutions to the Bahamas. Help us convert our frontline vulnerabilities into cutting-edge solutions for all, because we refuse to lose hope. We will not give up. We have no other choice. The alternative compels us to present ourselves at your borders as refugees. The alternative consigns us to a watery grave. The alternative will erase us from history. This is why we fight. We will continue to lift up our heads towards the rising sun. We will continue to march on. We will continue to believe that a safer, better future is possible. Because all our lives depend on it.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of Greece. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we meet today here in Sharm el-Sheikh during an acute energy crisis sparked by Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine. And today I want to speak to you as a radical realist. Radical
because I deeply believe in the energy transition. It is imperative, it is unavoidable. The energy transition is not just about mitigating risk. It's an opportunity. It is also a strategic necessity. Low-carbon energy means energy security. This much is clear. No one can shut down our wind or our sun energy. But this energy transition will also allow us to reconceptualize Greece's economic model. For decades, we have been a net energy importer. Our trade balance and our competitiveness have suffered. This is changing. Our future competitiveness will be grounded on abundant wind and solar resources. Greece is already a leader in renewable energy. Almost half of our electricity today comes from wind, solar, and water. We have more than 10 gigawatts of installed solar and wind power, and we rank in the top 10 countries of the world in terms of the penetration of wind and solar. Just a month ago, we reached a major milestone when for 5 hours on a sunny and windy day in October, solar and wind met 100% of our electricity needs. Meanwhile, our coal consumption has fallen by almost 80% in less than 10 years. The energy we consume today emits 30% less CO2 than it did in 2005. And we're just getting started. We have just voted our first ever climate law, committing to carbon neutrality by 2050. We want to double our renewable capacity by the end of the decade. We want to be a net electricity exporter to the rest of Europe. We want to help carry energy and hydrogen from North Africa and the Middle East to Europe. We're discussing with Egypt about building a 3-gigawatt cable to bring cheap solar electricity from North Africa to Europe. We intend to be at the center of a new corridor that will redraw the map of energy in Europe. But at the same time, we must also manage today's crisis. Without energy security, there is no energy transition. Like many other countries, we need to briefly increase our lignite production. At the same time, we need to import more LNG, and we are investing in our gas infrastructure in order to enhance our energy security as well as that of our neighbors. And at the same time, we need to keep supporting our citizens in order to tackle the adverse consequences of a profound cost of living crisis. Personally, I see no tension between safeguarding the present and investing in the future. Our people will not support us otherwise. That is why I believe that we need radicalism as well as realism. I believe this is the only way forward, and this is my message to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Eminence Cardinal Mr. Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Pope Francis, I extend a cordial greeting to all of you and wish to assure you of his closeness, support and encouragement as you work diligently towards a fruitful outcome of this conference. A few days ago in Bahrain, he emphasized the hope that COP27 will be a step forward for concrete and far-sighted choices, undertaken with the younger generation in mind before it is too late and their future is compromised. This is the first UNFCCC sessions to which the Holy See participates as a state party to both the Convention and the Paris Agreement. This important step is consistent with Pope Francis' announcement in 2020 that the Holy See would commit to the goal of net zero emissions, responding at two levels. First, the Vatican City State is committed to reducing net emissions to zero before 2050 through intensifying its efforts to improve its environmental management, efforts that have already been in place for a number of years. And second, the Holy See is dedicated to promoting education in integral ecology. Indeed, political, technical, and operational measures are not enough. They must be combined with an educational approach that promotes new lifestyles while fostering a renewed pattern of development and sustainability based on care, fraternity, and cooperation as humankind, and on the strengthening of the covenant between the human beings and the environment. Mr. President, the social ecological crisis that we are living is a propitious moment for individual and collective conversion and for concrete decisions that can no longer be postponed. The human face of the climate emergency challenges us deeply. We have a moral duty to act concretely in order to prevent and respond to the always more frequent and severe humanitarian impacts caused by the climate change. The growing phenomenon of migrants being displaced by it is a concerning sign. Even when they lack access to international protections, states cannot live without tangible solutions, including in the areas of adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. Where this is not possible, it is important to recognize migration as a form of adaptation and to increase the availability and flexibility of pathway for regular migration. Worryingly, we must admit that global events like COVID-19 and the increasing number of conflicts all over the world, with their serious ethical, social, and economic consequences, risk undermining global security, exacerbating food insecurity, jeopardizing multilateralism, and even overshadowing our efforts here in Sharm el-Sheikh. We cannot allow for this to happen. Climate change will not wait for us. Our world is now far too interdependent and cannot permit itself to be structured into unsustainable, isolated blocks of countries. This is a time for international and intergenerational solidarity. We need to be responsible, courageous, and forward-looking, not just for ourselves, but for our children. Last year at COP26 in Glasgow, Pope Francis sent a message in which he stressed that the wounds inflicted on our human family by the COVID-19 pandemic and the phenomenon of climate change are comparable to those resulting from a global conflict. Now, this message takes on even more significance. Our political will should be guided by the awareness that either we win together or we lose together. We must admit that the road to achieving the objectives of the Paris Agreement is complex and that we have less and less time available to correct course. COP27 provides us with a further opportunity which cannot be wasted. It is an opportunity and also a challenge to seriously tackle the 4 pillars of Paris Agreement: mitigation, adaptation, finance, and loss and damage. These 4 pillars are interconnected and are a matter of fairness, justice, and equity. We should also not neglect the non-economic side of loss and damage, like loss of heritage and cultures. Here, we have a lot to learn from indigenous peoples. By acceding to the Convention and the Paris Agreement, the OEC is even more committed to moving forward on this journey together for the common good of humanity, and especially on behalf of our youth who are looking to us to care for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of Belgium. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let there be no doubt, the fight against climate change is a fight for survival, for our physical survival, but also a fight to keep the social cohesion. Some people feel the consequences of climate change much harder than others, and some people will feel the consequences of climate policy much harder than others. I'm thinking of our farmers, of people who rent an old apartment, but also about small family businesses, for instance. So it is more important than ever to get this fight right. The last thing we need now in the fight against climate change is more polarization. On one extreme, we see the complete denial of man-made global warming. These people are sticking their heads in the sand. While on the other side, the other extreme, we see movements that are trashing buildings and trashing works of art. Don't get me wrong. I hear and understand the anxiety of people who are afraid we do not do enough. And I can reassure them, we will do more. More climate investment, more international financing. But I also hear the ones who fear the personal burden of climate policy. What we need today are solutions that work for everyone. Yes, we need to be more ambitious, but we also need to take care of people. We should leave no one behind. And just like we don't need more polarization, we should also avoid resignation. Because people should know that today climate technologies are more promising than ever. Belgium comes to this COP with a sizable private sector delegation because they bring big solutions to the table. From offshore wind technology to green hydrogen to projects that will not only protect us against rising sea levels, but it can even turn the driest desert into an oasis again. And the really great news is every country is doing so, bringing their own solutions, bringing their own strengths to the table. That is how we reinforce each other. That is how we stop climate change, together, North and South. And that is what this summit should be about connecting expertise with financing and ambition. And we are making quantum leaps in our climate policies as well. Just look at last year, from REPower EU to the Inflation Reduction Act in America. Policy is catching up, policy is speeding up. So my message here today, especially to young people, is be part of the solution. We need you. Go study science and above all, build coalitions, build partnerships, reach out to people with different ideas, because that is the moment when real change is happening. And young people know this. The media loves to shine a light on those who destroy art or shout slogans like "Stop Oil." But yesterday, I met a large delegation of young Belgian activists who know that they have to look beyond the slogans. Young people who understand that only meaningful action can replace that oil. Young people who know that governments cannot do this alone, that progress is not imposed top-down, but co-created between partners, between governments and the private sector, between companies and civil society. That is the only way forward, not by throwing paint at each other, but by reaching out one to another. This must be our lesson in the fight against climate change. We need to keep everyone on board. We need to be ambitious, and at the same time, we need to be caring. The solutions, they are out there. But that does not mean that the solutions will always be simple. In the words of the late Queen Elizabeth, it has always been easy to destroy. To build and to cherish is much more difficult. The task ahead is not an easy one, but I am convinced that humanity can succeed once more. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mark Brown, Prime Minister of the Cook Islands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. President, fellow leaders, Excellencies, kia ora to you all. Me kare e enua, kare o te tangata tūranga vaivai. The literal translation of these words is, when land is lost, man has nothing to stand on. But in the language of my people, this means so much more. My country is 2 million square kilometers in area, but it is 99.99% ocean. That is why the small islands that provide my people a place to stand on are so very important to us. I thank you, President Sisi, for bringing us all together in your beautiful city of Sharm el-Sheikh to discuss exactly what we stand to lose. Just 1 year ago, world leaders came together in Glasgow and agreed the Glasgow Climate Pact. We committed to keeping the 1.5-degree goal alive and to thrive, and agreed to a course of action to do so. I therefore share the grave concerns voiced by other small island states at the findings in the recent NDC synthesis report, which indicates that our current NDCs have put us on a 2.7-degree pathway by 2100. This is based on the pledges that countries have made. This is the extent of our current global climate ambition. It is clearly not enough. Even more concerning is the recent IPCC report, with the science telling us that if global emissions do not peak before 2025, if our current 2.7-degree NDC pledges are not implemented, and that if we stay the course of the current emissions trajectory, we will face a world with a median global warming of 3.2 degrees by 2100. The change is happening already. It is incremental, it is insidious, and it is now becoming inevitable. Mr. President, for small island states such as the Cook Islands, a small country made up of 15 islands in the South Pacific Ocean, We cannot underscore how grave the threat is we are currently facing. At the national level, we are walking the talk. We have converted 13 of our islands to solar energy, and we have set a target of 2025 for the remaining 2. We have committed to net zero emissions by 2040. We have, over a number of years, built climate-resilient infrastructure as a matter of survival, despite high construction costs and poor delivery by climate finance mechanisms. We have for years implored for enhanced direct financing to communities for adaptation. The release of adaptation funding to our countries needs to be accelerated and needs to be simplified. Next year, the Cook Islands will host the Pacific's premier political forum, bringing together the leaders of the Pacific nations to discuss regional priorities. Climate change will be at the forefront of these discussions, and we will advocate for tangible, fit-for-Pacific solutions to address the climate threat our blue Pacific continent faces. Each of us in the Pacific, individually and collectively, will do what we can to safeguard our futures. As a collective, our Pacific region contributes less than 0.03% to global emissions. Our emissions are the equivalent of a burning matchstick in a forest fire. While we're doing our bit on mitigation efforts and reducing our emissions, there is only so much impact our national and regional actions can have. It is up to the G20 countries responsible for 80% of global emissions that we are beholden to for our survival. Our survival is being held to ransom at the cost of profit and an unwillingness to act, despite the ability to do so. So let me respond in particular to calls for a moratorium on our oceans. Do not tell me to ignore the potential for promoting the energy transition by not exploring these much-needed minerals for the green revolution that sit in my ocean. Some of us have taken years to gain a better understanding of how our ocean resources will save our country and also help the planet. Many of our Pacific cultures have an embedded culture of conservation and environmental protection far better than those countries calling for a moratorium, who continue to emit carbon at thousands of times the rate that we do. The very countries that have destroyed our planet through decades of profit-driven development, and who to this day continue through their profit-driven actions to neglect their climate change responsibilities, making demands for a moratorium on our ocean. Or worse, by providing financing mechanisms that increase our debt, or even swap our debt for our precious forests and oceans. It is patronizing, and it implies that we are too dumb or too greedy to know what we are doing in our ocean. We know what we are doing to protect ourselves and to protect our ocean, because so far we are not getting what we need from those who are damaging the planet. Instead, those developed countries and members of the G20 calling for a moratorium on the oceans need to step up and meet their climate action responsibilities, and they need to lead an overhaul of the unfair and outdated global finance system, including climate financing. Mr. President, we support the need to urgently scale up global mitigation ambition and agree to a work program that veers us from our current emissions trajectory and which keeps the spirit of the Paris Agreement alive. We further support the urgent need for developed countries to deliver on their climate finance commitments and for that finance to respond to the loss and damage that is already happening in climate-vulnerable countries, and that will continue to occur in the face of the projected 3.2-degree temperature rise. Cop27 is the COP of implementation. The time for action is now. We cannot afford to be complacent while homes are being destroyed, people are being displaced, and lives are being lost. The effects of climate change is already eroding the land that my people stand on. We must act now before it is too late. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of Croatia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me, at the outset, thank our hosts, the Egyptian government and President Sisi, for a warm welcome which we all received here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Last year in Glasgow, we promised to do everything to accelerate our fight against climate change and its devastating effects. Meanwhile, the Russian aggression against Ukraine has confirmed the green transition is even more important to increase our resilience. Economic losses due to extreme weather conditions and weather events are alarmingly increasing. Over the last decade, my country, Croatia, suffered an average annual loss of 0.5% of its GDP. Our citizens have truly become aware of the need to mitigate the effects of climate change. More than 80% of them believe that we should act to prevent harmful consequences for people and the environment. Thanks to new national and European legislation, we have further accelerated the transition to low-carbon energy, in which Croatia is already well above the EU average. Indeed, 2/3 of our electricity and energy production come from renewable sources, which also provide 1/3 of our total final energy consumption. In order to give a strong impetus to the solarization of our roofs, we have abolished the VAT on solar panels. Geothermal energy also represents our great potential from heating to agriculture. Croatia, along with Slovenia and Italy, is participating in the North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley project, aimed at producing green hydrogen. We are also investing significant efforts in the decarbonization of the transport sector. Over the next decade, we will invest more than 4 billion euros in the modernization of the railways. By 2032, we will introduce a fleet of battery electric trains to replace diesel. Popular destination, renowned for its unspoiled nature. We promote sustainable tourism and accommodation facilities with local and ecologically certified food production. Thanks to a targeted campaign in hotels and campsites, we reduced food waste by 10% in just 1 year. Over the past 5 years, Croatians have increased their recycling rate by 1/3 and reduced the waste disposal rate by 1/4. Ladies and gentlemen, in Europe, this summer was the hottest since the first meteorological records. Alas, scientists warned that it could also be one of the coldest of all summers to come. For the first time in history, the Adriatic Sea had warmed to a record 30 degrees Celsius as early as June. An unprecedented drought has caused 300 million euros in damage to our agriculture. In Croatia alone, over 13,000 fires devastated an area more than twice the size of last year. However, we have extended reforestation to our cities, where we fund urban tree planting. Adapting all sectors to extreme weather conditions is key to preventing and minimizing loss and damage. We support discussions at this COP, which is taking place on a particularly vulnerable continent, to find adequate solutions to strengthen the resilience of our communities. Dear colleagues, to instigate change, we must start with ourselves. We have calculated the carbon footprint of the Croatian government building in order to reduce it. As symbolic as that may sound, every step counts to raise awareness among our fellow citizens. A real transition also requires close cooperation between policymakers and scientists, but also relevant data, timely models, and a series of concrete measures that can be implemented by decision makers at all levels. Therefore, Croatia will establish a National Centre for Climate and Ecological Transition as a centre of expertise for all stakeholders. Because nature is our best ally, in each of our actions, let's prioritize nature-based solutions first. Ladies and gentlemen, since we last met, the world has changed irrevocably. However, the scientific data remains clear and unquestionable. We are witnessing an intolerable imbalance in greenhouse emissions. The richest 1% are responsible for 15% of emissions, twice as much as the poorest half of humanity. This is unfair and unsustainable. If we are to win this battle, those who emit the most must do much more and act urgently, especially we in the developed world. This is not just a matter of moral fairness and solidarity, but it is also a rational necessity. Nonetheless, all together, large and small states, we must act according to our capacities, despite the current geopolitical upheavals and the related food and energy crisis. At a time when oil and gas are weaponized, we need to build partnerships anchored in shared values, including energy and climate goals, and pull our resources and infrastructure to be more resilient. Although we are currently facing economic headwinds, we must remain committed, more than ever, to implementing the green transition if our countries are to benefit from it. We simply cannot allow for today's crisis to turn into future disasters. It is up to all of us and together to make sure that this does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mia Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of Pakistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon. At the outset, I'd like to commend President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi for his wonderful leadership, hospitality in hosting this Cop27 and the World Leaders Summit. To me and my country, this COP rings an alarm bell for humanity. It is the only platform where the survival of the human race as a goal still holds promise. It is also the forum where we as vulnerable countries take our case to the rich and the resourced to build common purpose for justice, carbon neutrality, and a roadmap to crucial policy resets needed in a world that is burning up faster than our capacity for recovery. Excellencies, I'm sure all of you must have heard about the catastrophic floods in Pakistan, which impacted 33 million people, the size of 3 European countries. More than half are women and children. Despite 7 times the average of extreme rain in the south, we struggled on as raging torrents from our melting glaciers in the north ripped out over 8,000 kilometers of metal roads, damaged more than 3,000 kilometers of railway track, and washed away standing crop on 4 million acres, and ravaged all the 4 nook and corners of Pakistan. An estimate of damage and loss has exceeded $30 billion. And this all happened despite our very low carbon footprints, and yet we became a victim of something with which we had nothing to do. And of course, it was a man-made disaster. Mr. President, the priorities of Pakistan have never been clearer. First, the global goal on adaptation needs to be prioritized, both in terms of financing and timelines. We are yet to see the promised half and half balance in adaptation and mitigation finance. The current financing gap is too high to sustain any real recovery needs of those on the front lines of climate catastrophe. Second, loss and damage needs to be part of the core agenda of Cop27 to meet the pressing humanitarian needs of those that are trapped in a crisis of public financing fueled by debt and yet have to fund climate disasters on their own. This is simply unjust and unfair, to say the least. Third, Mr. President, climate finance must be clearly defined as new, additional and sustained resources with a transparent mechanism that meets the needs of developing and vulnerable countries with the speed and scale that is required. There should now be total clarity on what actually counts as climate transfer and what counts as development finance, for instance, as they often overlap. Excellencies, we have been talking for years, but have failed to even agree on the basics. Pledges made at the Copenhagen COP15 in 2009 for mobilizing $100 billion per annum by 2020 have still not been realized. They need to be enhanced given the increased frequency and intensity of climate extreme events. Fourth, a global climate risk index of all parties of the UNFCCC must be created under the auspices of the UN system. Projects from the most vulnerable countries on this index must get prioritized and speedy approvals for climate finance. And finally, mitigation ambition needs to be revived in a clear burden share formula. The promise of common but differentiated responsibilities must be respected as we race towards a much higher trajectory of warming than defined in the Paris Agreement. Pakistan's 2030 ambition in the indices are already higher than many countries, but we understand our responsibilities as we move towards a net zero plan once we recover. Excellencies, unless there is a transformational shift in the flow of capacities, finance and technology that reverses the pyramid of climate capital, the bargain between the North and the South will not work. I want to share something with you. While we were grappling and fighting against this torrential floods which hit Pakistan very severely, we had to import wheat, palm oil, and of course, very expensive oil and gas, spending around about $32 billion to finance its import. On the other, we have repurposed, redirected our meager resources to meet the basic needs of millions of households affected by these devastating floods. We had to dish out about $316 million through a program by the name of Benazir Income Support Program to provide an amount of $113 per household to about 3 million households in flood-affected areas. And now, winter is setting in, and we need to provide shelter, homes, medical treatment, and food package to these millions of people in different provinces of Pakistan, for which we are spending billions of rupees from our own meager resources. Now imagine, ladies and gentlemen, on one hand, we have to cater for our food security for the common man by spending billions of dollars. And on the other, we have to spend billions of dollars to protect flood-affected people from further miseries and difficulties. How on earth can one expect from us that we will undertake this gigantic task on our own? Of course, we are thankful to international community for helping us in this difficult time, coming to our rescue through donations and through stuff which have been shipped through air freights and of course through sea routes. But the gap is humongous. The gap is widening by the day. Therefore, it is the duty and responsibility of Global North to understand our difficulties and our plight. We wouldn't want that tomorrow, God forbid, some other country should become a victim of this climate-induced disaster, and I call it man-made disaster. It is extremely important that if we have to fight and rebuild and repair our infrastructure, which has to be resilient and adaptive, then of course we can only do through additional funding, not through additional loans and debts, because this would be a financial death trap. I hope this conference will not only listen to this message loud and clear, but convey this to all who have the power and financial muscle to change the course of history loud and clear. And that is what this conference is meant for. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now or never. For us, there is indeed no planet B. I thank you for your patience. God bless you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this COP is all about urgent action that is needed to keep the 1.5 target alive, and consequently, Norway is stepping up its efforts. I am pleased to announce that we have submitted an enhanced climate target under the Paris Agreement. We will reduce emission by at least 55% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. We will deliver on our commitments. We will implement a just climate policy by increasing our carbon tax to €200 per tonne by 2030. We will cut emissions and create jobs. We will align our policies and targets by making an annual climate action plan as part of our national budget. We will fulfill our pledge to double climate finance within the next 4 years. Mr. President, the livelihoods of millions of poor and vulnerable people are threatened by the loss of nature and the impacts of climate change. The two are interlinked. This is why Norway is committed to tripling its adaptation finance, with a particular emphasis on Africa. We also need to strengthen efforts to prevent loss and damage, and we must ensure that no one is left behind. This COP is about implementation in every possible way to help cut emissions, build resilience, and make a leap forward towards more renewable energy. Important initiatives are launched at Glasgow and again here at Sharm el-Sheikh. I am pleased to be part of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. This initiative will accelerate and scale up equitable energy transitions, financing, supporting renewable energy projects ready to take off, providing opportunities for decent jobs and energy access to 1 billion people in developing countries. Climate change and biodiversity loss must be addressed together, Mr. President. Norway is determined to cooperate with tropical forest countries that are working to reduce deforestation, and we have made a number of initiatives public at this conference. As further reiterated at this COP, I applaud President-elect Lula's renewed commitment to the Amazon. Mr. President, the oceans are also an important part of the solution. The Ocean Panel has highlighted the huge potential of ocean-based climate action to reduce emissions. The Green Shipping Challenge was launched yesterday with the aim of reducing emissions from this important sector. This initiative carries hopes. New industrial solutions hold also promise for the future. This afternoon, President el-Sisi and I launched the initial phase of an integrated green hydrogen production facility, the first of its kind in an emerging market. The facility will use solar energy to produce hydrogen, an illustration of Africa's vast potential to harness renewable energy. And I'm proud that the Norwegian company Scatec is spearheading this project along with Egyptian partners. Friends, Mr. President, emission cuts, adaptation efforts, nature-based solutions and advances in technology gives ground to hope. There are reasons to be deeply concerned, but we must never lose hope. So let's work together to move faster on ambition and implementation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Najla Bouden M. Romden, Prime Minister of Tunisia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. السيد رئيس الجلسة.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me at the outset to address the Arab Republic of Egypt, its leadership and its people, to convey our appreciation and gratitude for the excellent preparation of Cop27. Mr. President, the climate change crisis is no less grave and threatening for our life and our planet than the COVID-19 pandemic or the consequences of the Russian-Ukrainian crisis in terms of our food security and energy security. These accumulated crises have demonstrated that no one can be spared. We must all fulfill our commitments, commitments that we make one conference after another, while climate change worsens and may become out of control if we do not today put a clear and practical transition plan and go from diagnosis to action and to go from commitment to implementation. Action and implementation are no doubt less expensive ultimately than no action. If we do not take action today, we will have to pay trillions of dollars in a near future. That is why these challenges have to be transformed into opportunities for cooperation between our countries to integrate environmental, social, and institutional work in all decision-making processes. We must promote sustainable financing in all sectors, as well as sound environmental governance to rebuild our planet better. In this context, I would like to join the appeal launched by the Secretary General of the United Nations to take concerted action and decisive decisions jointly with governments, the private sector, and international financial institutions to effect the change that we need and to build resilience, especially in developing countries. As you all know, developing countries are not responsible for these emissions. They are the victims of these emissions. It is only fair that these countries should not bear the cost of these emissions at the expense of their sustainable development. In this regard, Tunisia would like to reiterate its appeal to donors and to developed countries to support the efforts of developing countries in order to implement the nationally determined contributions and to finance environmental investments and sustainable infrastructure, as well as renewable energy. It is also important to consolidate partnerships in research and development in the promising green sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, Tunisia is known as Green Tunisia. It will continue to be green. And to do that, the government of Tunisia has given priority to the environment in its reform plans in order to set the basis for sustainable, green, and circular development, relying on renewable and clean energy within a strategic vision based on a participatory approach with the private sector and all stakeholders. Investment in human capital is given a primordial role in this effort. It is our hope that this COP will be a channel for cooperation in order to help us push ahead in our national programs and strengthen a green national economy. In conclusion, I would like to wish this COP every success for the benefit of our peoples and to guarantee the rights of our peoples and the future generations and the rights of our planet to have a future that is more fair and secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Cleopas Seyfud-Dlamini, Prime Minister of Eswatini. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, it is a great honor for me to present this statement on behalf of the Head of State of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Majesty King Mswati III, at this august gathering. Mr. President, allow me to congratulate the government of the Republic of Egypt for the excellent task of ensuring that we gather here in this beautiful city of Sharm el-Sheikh and with a clear vision for implementation. Mr. President, we come to Sharm el-Sheikh with great expectations and encouraged by your leadership in setting the theme of this COP to that of implementation. We have seen escalating impacts of climate change, despite all the meetings, agreements, and commitments we have made over the past 30 years of negotiation under the UNFCCC. It is time our actions match our words. Unfortunately, we have already lost a lot of time with great disappointment. Observe some developed countries not only failing to provide the promised $1 billion per year, but also swing back to fossil fuels despite the Glasgow Pact. Failing to reduce greenhouse gas emission is setting the Earth on an accelerated path of loss and damage which is hard to reverse. We have come to a point where the agency to mitigate and adapt is being overshadowed by the need to deal with the loss and damage we are already facing and experiencing. Hence the need for a loss and damage financing facility. We are happy, though, that the issue of loss and damage is now part of our discussion. We can no longer afford to reduce the need for the facility to a dialogue, and its financing should be additional to that of adaptation and mitigation. Mr. President, in Eswatini, we are at the beginning of our rainfall season, yet we still have not recovered from the last year's season's disaster impacts, which left our people dead, others homeless, and unprecedented damage to infrastructure, which also affected the country's economic activity. This calls for immediate action, especially with respect to building resilience and support for responding to the different losses and damages. Finally, Mr. President, if we are to achieve our climate ambition leading to the net zero emissions, we must leave no one behind. We believe it is time to consider how we can afford Taiwan an opportunity to contribute to the global vision of net zero emissions and do its part in the global fight against climate change. Eswatini calls for the UNFCCC to support Taiwan's professional, pragmatic, and constructive participation in the UN Forum Convention for Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and associated mechanisms. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Xavier Bettel, Prime Minister of Luxembourg. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President, colleagues, friends. We're being faced with a situation where we're seeing crisis after crisis. I don't have to remind you that of everything that we've seen over the past few months with COVID, what we've seen with the crisis in Europe provoked by our Russian neighbors. So it's difficult to have an exchange at this level right now, and we're seeing that the UN Charter, the principles of international law, are being undermined on a daily basis. And here I'd like to say this for two reasons. The first reason is that it's the Russian aggression that is causing problems. This is causing problems today when we're talking about sanctions, when we're talking about a food crisis. It's the Russian aggression that is at the cause of this and nothing else. Whether it's the decisions, when people say there's decisions made by other countries that have led to these consequences, that is not it. It is the Russian aggression that is the cause of this food crisis, all these issues in the world that is impacting certain regions in the world, the energy crisis as well, which we're seeing on a daily basis. And it's important what President Sisi has said, that it is the will to have peace that's important. For example, there was the war in Yugoslavia. That was the last war on our continent. What we're seeing today is very regrettable. It's solidarity and our common response that are important. And that's why I'm allowing myself to say this today, Mr. President. Today, we are all convinced of this. I'd like to remind you that at the United Nations, a number of countries are not firmly condemning the actions of Russia, and others are regularly meeting having external meetings. They're not taking a position. I think it's very regrettable. in international contexts where we could say something, do something, we don't have the courage to do that, and that's regrettable. Mr. President, this is important in order to make progress in our combat here, which we are all being impacted by. I'm telling you about all of the crises that we're experiencing. We can't forget about the primary crisis, which is the climate crisis. And it's these crises that we're seeing. These are human crises. We're reading them in the news always. It's one crisis that prompts another crisis. When we're talking about one crisis, for example, we forget to talk about another one that impacts all of us and is leading us from extreme to extreme. I remember my youth, we saw in the news, we would see that there are droughts and cyclones, tornadoes at other ends of the world, but now we're seeing them in our homes. We're seeing this regularly. So this is the reality that is represented by climate change, and it's increasing. It's not a faraway threat, it's a threat today. And science has confirmed this, and I'd like to tell you that I was able to, when we signed Cop27 in Paris, I remember I was discussing the ambitions, the commitments we took then. They're not enough to meet the challenges we're seeing today. We will not be able to overcome climate change or global warming. We will not be able to keep 1.5 alive if we don't try to avoid the worst of it. President, the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis that was launched by it are showing us, and indeed it is crises often that teach us things, that we must be less dependent on fossil fuels. We need to accept that we must take action. And in fact, these actions have been accelerated by the situation today. We are all convinced, I think I don't need to say this, that renewable energy is one of the most important aspects of combating climate change, but also of energy security on the national level. In terms of nuclear energy, it's not safe, it's not sustainable. I'd like to reiterate that here today. Our government has established an aid system for renewable energy, and we have also decided, in the framework of the government, we have decided that each roof must have the opportunity to be equipped with a photovoltaic system. When we're talking about solar energy systems, this should not be the exception, it must be the rule. My government will introduce this as an obligation, as a mandatory requirement for roofs to have a photovoltaic system on the roof of every single new building. So each citizen will, in the long term, benefit from this, from a photovoltaic system on the roof, and the government will also be able to achieve its goals more quickly. Mr. President, this is not an expense, it's an investment in our future. We will pay for this to begin with, and we will give this to our citizens, and in this way we will reap the benefits in the long term. President, we're seeing that the climate crisis requires efforts made on the part of everyone in society, whether that's citizens or economic actors. We have to take measures. Sometimes it seems like we're acting against citizens, and our citizens are not necessarily concerned by the crisis here right now. There is a climate council as well, where 100 people were selected who made propositions regarding their ambitions, their issues, how they see this situation, what they think we need to do. We've had over 200 individual measures that were proposed, 56 proposals. These proposals go even farther than much of what politicians think they can do. We were even surprised. If you were to ask your population, you'd see that they're even more ambitious than we think they are. We need to engage them, involve them in this conversation, so that politics aren't running to catch up with the population. The population is much more ambitious than we are. In addition to our national efforts, it's also important here, during our discussion at the beginning, we discussed this, the package, the 455 package, to set a course for economies and societies in the EU for carbon neutrality by Horizon 2050, as well as reducing GHGs by 55% in 2030. In conclusion, President, I was talking about international solidarity. These are words that we're talking about. Yes, there's lots of commitments. Journalists have also said this. What are the new commitments, for example, that we are taking? I'd like to tell you, this isn't the first COP we've had. It's important that everyone implement what they are saying, because we always make promises. But we need for these promises that were made many years ago should be implemented, must be respected. It doesn't matter if it's just words. We need to have actions as well. And my country for 2021-2025 has provided 200 million in addition to the aid that we were already providing for our development policy, and we will continue to provide 1% of our GDP. I know this isn't popular at the national level to say that we've got 1% that is dedicated to cooperation policies, but we've understood that the problems that we are having are related to those who are receiving aid for development. We have privileged problems compared to the problems of survival that they are experiencing. Recently, I just heard my colleague from Pakistan speaking here. Do we see the disasters that are being caused by global warming on these countries? Yes, we've seen that, but that's not something that directly impacts us. So it's important to continue to invest for these countries in cooperation policy as well. And in this context, I would like to also draw your attention to the declaration signed by 64 countries on the SDGs, which reminds us that the climate crisis is also a crisis of the rights of the child. It's a commitment we've taken. This is for future generations. Yes, we can adopt policies. Yes, it's not going to be popular, but we must do it. And believe me, President, inaction will cost us much more tomorrow. The inaction of today will cost us much more tomorrow. We need to invest today in a good quality of life for future generations, in a world that we will leave behind for them. We shouldn't be selfish here, because not making effort right now will not give a better future to our children. It shouldn't just be survival, it should be life. I was speaking to certain countries who have been asking how long certain countries would still exist, because some of them are about to disappear. The time to speak has passed. It's the time to take action. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jean-Michel Lukonde, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci. Thank you. Thank you, President, for having given me the floor. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, heads of government, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. For me, it is genuinely a pleasure to have this opportunity to address you all on behalf of the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo at this gathering of Cop27, which is taking place here in Sharm el-Sheikh in the Arab Republic of Egypt. I would like to preface my remarks by most warmly and sincerely thanking the Egyptian government for the very warm welcome that has been extended to the delegation representing the Democratic Republic of Congo. My thanks also go to the United Nations for the excellent work they've put into convening and organizing this gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight against global warming is one of the major concerns, and it is indeed one of the most pressing concerns shared by all our communities, all our countries as a whole. 1 year ago in Glasgow, we prepared a roadmap for the operationalization of the Paris Agreement. And we did so as part of our drive towards the decarbonization of the global economy by 2050. That's the goal we set ourselves. However, today, 1 year later, we're obliged to admit the reality of the fact that we're not on the right course. In its most recent report, published in 2022, the IPCC made the point that the scale and magnitude of the impact of global warming is occurring at ever more rapid rate. It's ever more catastrophic than we thought it would be. And the window for us to adapt to this reality is rapidly closing. The tipping point, the point of no return, is at the door. Nonetheless, the international context, one of crises, multiple crises that have a domino effect around the world, and I will point principally to the energy crisis, give rise to the fear that we have the spectre of an increase in carbon dioxide emissions imminent, and that in many industrialized countries. We therefore bear a responsibility to speed up, to accelerate our collective action, and to do so spurred by a desire for climate justice, for social equity, and for strengthened cooperation, and for win-win partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to build upon its leadership in the area of climate and addressing climate change, the DRC participated in the preparatory work for Cop27. And we did so in close partnership with the Arab Republic of Egypt. We had the International Conference on the Forests of the Congo Basin and other tropical basins of the planet, a conference which took place in the Yagambi Biosphere. We had a high-level ministerial conference also in Kinshasa as part of said preparatory work. I would like, at this juncture, on behalf of the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to thank Mr. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, the President of our brother Republic of Egypt, for the trust reposed in my country and for the support lent to my country in the organization of the pre-COP27 preparatory meetings. The two meetings I pointed to served as a reminder to the world of the pressing, urgent need to improve our action and to improve what we're doing, including the major improvement that's needed in access to climate financing, as well as drawing attention to the fact that there need to be price rises for carbon per ton for carbon emission. I call for unified action in order to build on what we agreed in Glasgow. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been scientifically proven that the forests of the Congo Basin, in terms of their carbon absorption capacity, are the largest lungs of planet Earth that allow all humankind to breathe. And so urgent steps need to be taken to conserve and to restore the forests in this basin. Scientists also harbor the wish that it might be possible to set up within the Congo Basin and also and in the Yagambi in particular, a climate and scientific observatory. The DRC is committed to seeing the construction of said observatory and to its implementation. This represents for our country global acknowledgement of the key role played by the forests of the Congo Basin. They cover more than 268 million hectares. And 150 million such hectares are in the DRC. So 62% of the forests of the Congo Basin are in our country. This represents an ability for carbon stockage of some 24 gigatons. We need to take steps in order to improve the health of the forest so that we can increase that figure to 30 gigatons. We are working on doing that through renewable energy, through hydroelectric plants to provide 30 gigawatts of energy for us and our needs. And this covers various regions and rivers of our country. What we seek to do in all of this is to make our country one of the leaders of the global energy switch towards a more cleaner and greener mix. The DRC is a country that has come to the table with solutions, and that's our mindset. Nonetheless, we need to acknowledge that despite the Herculean efforts of our country to preserve and conserve our tropical forests, to conserve biodiversity, and to tackle climate change, not only is it the case that the DRC is not benefiting from fair and equitable compensation that should be paid to it, But that goes hand in hand with the security challenges in our country, which we are daily confronted with, in particular the aggression of the M23 group, which is supported by Rwanda and which is operating in the eastern part of the DRC. The presence of armed groups in this area, which should serve as part of the protected patrimony of humankind as a whole, further complicates our conservation efforts. The world needs to recognize this and stand up as one and actually rally around our sides to support us and to help us as we seek to better protect our ecosystems. We need your tangible support in that endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, as concerns the auctioning off of mining and oil concessions, we would like to reassure our partners that we will do our utmost as a country to preserve our biodiversity and to respect all applicable environmental and social norms and standards. Our future vision of income and the way that we need to diversify our income streams so that we're not entirely dependent on these fossil fuels is a way of ensuring a better future for our people. Please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, heads of government, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, that the Democratic Republic of the Congo shares with you the voice, serves as the spokesperson for the economic community of Central African states. And we are also a key player in the Southern African development community. It is wearing those hats and in those roles that we call upon this August Assembly to adopt a decision that recognizes the unique needs and circumstances of these two regions, which have been so deeply impacted by the adverse impact of climate change. By way of conclusion, I wish to share with you all that I am firmly persuaded that if we all act in good faith, if all stakeholders step up to the plate and all of our development partners do so as well, whether they be from the public and or private sphere, this gathering, Cop27, will furnish us with a golden opportunity to take action that will redound to the benefit of the planet and to present and future generations. My deepest thanks.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Pierre Dutroux, Prime Minister of Monaco. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the Egyptian presidency for the very high quality of hospitality and excellent organization of this summit, which has led to useful and very worthwhile exchanges for all of us. The eventful period that we're now experiencing, which is characterized by an ongoing pandemic and a particularly tense geopolitical context, should not lead us to overlook the fight against climate change, which must remain one of the priorities for the world's governments. And let me begin by taking this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Simon Steele on his appointment and encourage him in carrying out the immense task before him as the new Executive Secretary of the Convention. This conference has been hailed as the Implementation COP. After the phase of negotiations, we are now embarking upon the phase where we walk our talk. And it goes without saying that we must, as a human community, do more, do better, and more importantly, act swiftly so that our respective societies will abide by the Paris Agreement. We must do everything in our power, each one at our own scale, to keep ahead of us the goal of keeping global warming to 1.5 degrees. Quite simply, we must seize this last window of opportunity afforded us to build a sustainable future for our future generations. The last assessment of the IPCC is compelling. It is unimpeachable. We must take action, and the scale of climate change risks for our human societies and ecosystems is contingent on our choices and actions today. In the Principality of Monaco, the government has been embarking upon an energy policy whereby we reduce greenhouse gases, and we are keeping our eyes on the ambitious goals that I must remind you of. 55% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. 65% of the energy consumed in Monaco is from renewable energies. Our Prince Albert II also wanted to see our country invest in the production of renewable energy, both in the Principality of Monaco and abroad. Furthermore, this year, fuel oil was banned in our buildings, and we are coming up with new thalassothermal loops, which will ensure that we can provide renewable thermal energy to service buildings with heating, air conditioning, and hot water. We also set up many measures to foster single-use plastics and to decarbonize transportation and to limit single-use plastic, which is a high-impact measure in limiting greenhouse gas emissions. These actions complete a whole range of stronger, heavier subsidies during the COVID crisis to facilitate energy transition for households and businesses alike. Our National Green Fund, which is the main lever for implementing the Paris Agreement at the national scale, will be provided with an additional 25 million euros, was provided with an additional 25 million euros last year. Today, we have seen a burgeoning of investment by involving our sovereign fund, which accelerated decarbonization. Under our convention, the work program on mitigation, which we are now preparing, should serve as a catalyst to accelerate domestic and international action in the next critical decade ahead of us. The scale of the recent national disasters, and here I wish to cite the floods in Pakistan, droughts in Africa, and the extreme hurricanes in the Americas, is all proof positive that climate change is affecting all countries and spare none. In Europe, the devastating fires and floods, which are even more powerful and frequent today, is raising our people's awareness of the reality of climate change. And it's for this reason that everything we do to bring about adaptation must be scaled up and now. To support these efforts, our work today to set a new collective post-2025 financing goal for developing countries is critical. This must be ambitious and adapted to the genuine needs of vulnerable communities. In the Principality, most of the international climate financing, all of it in the form of grants, is dedicated to adaptation and building resilience among our populations. This year, our people will be celebrating the bicentenary of the death of Prince Albert I, who was a humanist visionary, who already was an advocate for peace and preserving the ocean, which is the cradle of life on Earth and a climate regulator. More than a century ago, he was deeply concerned about the balance between the cryosphere, especially in the Arctic Ocean. And it is in this spirit that Monaco welcomes the holding of the first annual dialogue on ocean and the climate, which was held last June. And it is our hope that this will lead to concrete results. Nature-based solutions that intersect among all these themes of climate, ocean, and biodiversity are an extraordinary source of solutions, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation. They embody the multidimensional vision that we need to tackle this environmental crisis. Therefore, it is high time that we scale up our ambition in this forum, and here I would call on everyone to ensure that we also have an ambitious and transformative agreement adopted at the upcoming Cop15 on biological diversity, which will be held next month in Montreal. Our work in these two forums should be seen as symbiotic, and our success in adopting a framework for biodiversity should provide us with tools to tackle the effects of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the human community is now at a crossroads. The road that we shall take together in the next few years will determine the future of humanity. And as we face the multiple and interconnected challenges before us today, the Principality of Monaco renews its full confidence in the multilateral approach. In this land of Egypt, where a great ancient civilization was built thanks to the ingenuity of men and women in their adaptation to an already restrictive environment, in this land we must be bold. We must reject the old ways of thinking that led us to disaster, but we must also show creativity and think of building more solidarity-based societies. And finally, humanity, we must remember that our future can only be achieved together. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Xavier Esport Zamora, Prime Minister of Andorra. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames.
Thank you, President, ladies and gentlemen. Andorra recently approved its revised NDC and highlighted its objective to reduce emissions in 2030, consistent with what's established in the Glasgow Climate Agreement adopted during COP26 in the UK. That revised target establishes an ambitious target, reducing CO2 emissions by 55% between now and 2030. While responsible for just 0.001% of global emissions, Andorra is firmly committed to climate action and is satisfied with meeting these targets in the time frame agreed in line with the Framework Convention on Climate Change that it has ratified. Having published and submitted 4 biannual update reports, we have already begun drawing up our first biannual transparency report as called for in the Paris Accords. I would also like to stress that Andorra has signed up to the joint declaration of the WMO for anticipating meteorological events and to ensure protection of its population against the phenomena of extreme climate. Andorra is a mountainous country situated in the Pyrenees, where the impact of climate change are already perceptible. Let me set out how serious the situation is. Mountain ecosystems like our own have been identified by the Intergovernmental Group of Panel of Experts as being part of the most vulnerable ecosystems to climate change. Our economy also depends largely on mountain tourism, particularly during the winter, where the ski stations are the main attraction. We have the biggest surface area for skiing in Europe. That activity is closely linked to climate evolutions. Climate change, rising temperatures mean that we have to rethink the foundations of our economy for decades to come. It's a matter of undoubtedly negative impacts for a country whose main attraction is its nature, its landscape, and its biodiversity. That's why Andorra will be holding in November, during this summit, a ministerial meeting on the impact of climate change on mountainous regions. Andorra recently was named as a representative of the European region for the Mountain Partnership Initiative of FAO and seeks this year, 2022, which is the International Year of Sustainable Mountain Development, to bolster inclusion of mountain ecosystems and their vulnerabilities to climate change into the UN agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, mountains require more far-reaching action to combat climate change. Mountain ecosystems need greater protection. Individuals, people living in mountain regions, stand 1.3 million people. They want to have a future. Andorra is firmly committed to reducing its CO2 emissions to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, to put into practice adaptation measures with the aid of technological solutions, but also with nature-based solutions, by rallying its efforts with local stakeholders and fostering international multilateral action and multi-level action. But the profound convictions aren't enough to address the challenge of global warming. That is why, for that reason, we call on all parties to deliver on and respect what's stipulated under the Paris Accords adopted in 2015. As mentioned earlier by the Luxembourg Prime Minister, it would be good if we observe commitments initially signed up to, rather than just making simple promises. When it comes to our country, we have kept our word and we will continue to do so. We cannot once more disappoint our fellow citizens, in particular our youth, who expect tangible, ambitious action to protect the world that we will leave to them. I thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mia Amo Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. It is perhaps appropriate that to solve the greatest challenge facing modern humanity, we should come to Egypt, the ancient cradle of civilization, human civilization, to the place where innovation of a people caused the pyramids to rise and stand for generations, as a symbol of what humanity can accomplish, and whose science permitted modern mankind to look at the mummified faces of history and through them better understand its lessons. Addressing climate impacts is critical for my country. And I've spoken now earlier yesterday and last year. And the reality is that it continues to be a matter that engulfs all aspects of our government. We have indicated that we can only do it if we have the appropriate policy framework, both domestically and internationally. And regrettably, we continue to fight these battles to ensure that the commitments which we make do not remain on a shelf, but can be delivered to our people and can be delivered for the benefit of our civilization as humanity. Barbados has embarked on a Roof to Reef program that allows us to be able to improve the living conditions, the terrestrial and marine ecosystems, and to transform multiple sectors, including water, agriculture, housing, energy, transport, and waste to support our development and to build the resilience of our people. We believe that this is absolutely critical because only a holistic approach can in fact allow us to retain our development trajectory rather than to become victims in ways that we have purely because we have not built up the capacity. Equally, we've embarked on new initiatives to open the fiscal space necessary to achieve our development and our climate goals. Within the last 3 months, we issued for the first time blue bonds, and those blue bonds effectively will allow us through the interest savings, with the repurchasing of our debt, with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank, and indeed the support of the Nature Conservancy, to use the interest savings over 15 years, approximately $50 million US, to be able to do for our marine area that which would otherwise fall purely on the consolidated fund. That $50 million US will help to finance a marine conservation trust, and we do so because our maritime jurisdiction is 424 times that of our terrestrial environment. Similarly, those blue bonds for the first time introduced pandemic clauses, recognizing that one of the difficulties that we face is that we were unable to finance our development easily while at the same time paying interest for debt as a result of the pressures with respect to the pandemic. If we can, through our natural disaster clauses and our pandemic clauses, provide for that relief from the payment of debt while meeting those crises that face our people, then it gives us the fiscal space that would otherwise not be available. Similarly, we are working on the establishment of a blue-green investment facility, not just for Barbados, but for the Eastern and Southern Caribbean, because we need to have dedicated financing that is affordable if we are to pursue the adaptation that is inevitable given the trajectory of where we are going with the climate. My friends, much has been said as well about the Bridgetown Initiative, which is intended to ensure access to concessional funding for middle-income countries that have been effectively graduated from the World Bank, and to be able to benefit from the new Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which the International Monetary Fund has created, that will give us the opportunity to have access to 20-year money with a 10.5-year moratorium and at interest rates that are compatible with what we have to do to make ourselves more resilient. We also believe that the other aspects of the Bridgetown Initiative will benefit countries far beyond small island developing states, because in this, the reality is that unless our financial institutions can speak to the current realities, they will not be able to help us transition in this new way. The wipeout events that are a risk for us as small states become a serious concern. We make the point all the time that large countries can be the subject of a climatic event and still survive. Small states do not have that luxury. And for many of us, the risk of a wipeout event is simply too great for us to carry. Historically, the human family has confronted every threat by finding appropriate solutions. We believe it is entirely within our province and capacity to so do again. The truth is, we have come to Sharm el-Sheikh, the city of peace, to ensure that we come and advance the needs of humanity, to protect ourselves, to protect our lives, to protect our livelihoods as a human race. But let us leave this city of peace committed to ensuring that on this journey we have added to it. The addition of loss and damage on the agenda is a significant achievement, and one that we have been fighting for many years. We will not achieve the conclusion of it, but the fact that we have placed it on the agenda recognizes that those countries such as ours who have not contributed greatly to the emission of greenhouse gases should not be crowding out our fiscal space in order to be able to finance the reconstruction after a climatic event, and should not be choosing between the financing of education and health or reconstruction of our societies. I do believe that we have a moral and just cause, and it is up to us to work together to ensure that this effort and this journey will define us and define what is possible for the survival of the human race and for the protection of our planet. I am obliged to you, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Saleh Kebzabo, Prime Minister of Chad. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum. Monsieur le Président de la 27e.
Mr. President of the 27th Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General, Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for my delegation and for myself, on behalf of the people and government of Chad, to take part at this 27th session of the Conference of the Parties on Climate Change here in Sharm el-Sheikh in the Arab Republic of Egypt. At the outset, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to the government and people of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the very fraternal welcome and all the courtesies they've extended to us since our arrival here in Sharm el-Sheikh. I want to take this opportunity to also extend my heartfelt congratulations to the President of the Cop27 and to the authorities of the host country for the fine organization of this conference, despite difficulties of all kinds. Now, by participating at this planetary event, we wish to share with the rest of the international community our concerns linked to climate change and its repercussions on development activities in general and the vulnerable countries in particular, one of which is my own country, Chad. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, Chad, a country in the Sahel, landlocked, covers a surface area of 1,284,000 kilometers squared, half of which is desert. Its economy relies chiefly on agriculture, husbandry, fishing, and mining resources. According to climate data projections, the current and future state of vulnerability of Chad shows that these economic sectors are all exposed to vagaries linked to climate change and variability. The main consequences of this vulnerability are degradation of the productive potential of its natural resources, leading to famine and poverty, degradation of its natural habitats and loss of biodiversity, loss of soil fertility, the sanding of oases, of water bodies, and the development of invasive species, the degradation of water resource quality, extension of transhumance in higher populated zones, bringing about conflicts between farmers and pastoralists as a result of competition over access to natural resources, which pave the way for the rural exodus and the terrorist threat. Well aware of the particular vulnerability of its ecosystems and its communities, particularly of women, children, and subsequently future generations, Chad is firmly committed to action and to the process of global climate governance and has signed up to all relative legal instruments and initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve the goals to limit climate change to 1.5 degrees, Chad has adopted a realistic strategy to scale up its national ambitions when it comes to adaptation and mitigation through the establishment of its NDC. To put into practice those commitments, my country has implemented flagship projects, including we've drawn up 3 national communications on the stocktake of climate change. We finalized our national climate change adaptation plan, revised, the implementation of a national climate change adaptation action program reflecting urgent immediate needs of the country. There's the intensification of information and outreach campaigns with stakeholders regarding the adverse impact of climate change and, above all, ways to combat it. There's been institution of a greenhouse gas emissions tax on fuel, the effective creation of a special fund for the environment, the creation of agency for the development of rural electrification and energy control. We've developed a policy framework for renewable energy development. We're supporting resilient agriculture through the National Development Programme 2017-2021. There has been tax breaks on renewable energy material and equipment and a ban on importing international territory of persistent organic pollutants, POPs. In terms of adaptation, the promotion of intelligent agriculture, development of renewable energies in the rural world, and bolstering meteorological networks are the priorities, coupled with programs and actions to protect the environment and to sustainably manage natural resources as well as environmental risks. When it comes to mitigation, Chad has committed to introducing renewables at a level of 20% in national electrical production by 2030. Special efforts are particularly necessary on the part of the developed countries to facilitate access to renewables and to make them less expensive than fossil fuels. So other measures have been implemented in line with this, such as a ban on abusive felling of the transport and commercialization of green timber throughout national territory, as well as the progressive replacement of wood with butane gas through a subsidy mechanism. When it comes to protecting the ozone layer, since 2011, Chad, my country, has sought to eliminate harmful substances harmful to human health and the environment through a license issuance system and through annual quotas in order to control their import. Now, at this climate summit, Chad, like other UN member states, harbors hopes that the momentum launched by the Secretary General regarding the need for global action against climate change will help us to marshal the necessary resources to implement the Paris Accords and the directives that stem thereof. Ladies and gentlemen, you should note that in Central Africa, Chad is the last bulwark protecting the Congo Basin, the second global lung that allows us to sequester, to capture greenhouse gases. That bulwark must be protected by the international community to ensure inclusive, sustainable development with a view to eradicating poverty and improving the well-being of populations. In terms of Chad's contribution to the global environmental equilibrium, I would recall here a very important element that's not so well known. This is to do with dust storms stemming from the Baudelaire Depression situated in northern Chad, which, according to scientific studies, reliable scientific studies, contribute to the survival and equilibrium of the Amazon forest in rich particles rich in nutrients, and for which special attention on the part of the international community is needed. I'd also remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that Lake Chad, the only freshwater lake in the arid Sahel, is a miracle where over 30 million people live. It's shared with Niger and Cameroon, sadly are suffering the adverse impact of climate change, where large surface areas have been covered now in sand, reducing its depth and its area to less than 25,000 kilometers squared. Ladies and gentlemen, I remain convinced that without a shared vision of combating climate change, without financing, without technology transfer, we will never tackle the threat of this climate disruption. That's why it seems urgent to me to develop great global solidarity so as to get to grips with the current problems being posed by these phenomena. Therefore, we must instill into the young generation fundamental environmental ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you, I'm pleased to inform you that my country, Chad, has organized a major national reconciliation forum. It's called a National Inclusive and Sovereign Dialogue, which saw participation of all sectors of the population, both politicians, military, as well as Chadians in the diaspora. The decisions and resolutions emanating from that major summit will allow the Chadians to achieve the long-awaited goals of sustainable peace, democracy, and socio-economic development of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, in conclusion, it would be remiss of me not to thank once more, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Chad, the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Executive Secretariat of the UNFCCC, for their outstanding work, which has led to the excellent holding of this 27th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. My profound gratitude also goes to all technical and financial partners whose significant contributions to efforts to protect the environment and to combat climate change at a global level should all be highly commended. I thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Keno Abdoulaye Maiga, Prime Minister of Mali. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Your Majesties, Highnesses, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me to extend my warm congratulations to the presidency of Cop27, to the people and government of the Arab Republic of Egypt for hosting this session on African soil. As I stand before you, I would also like to extend to you our warm and brotherly greetings from the people of Mali, as well as greetings from the government of my country, who are deeply committed to the cause of the climate under the leadership of the transitional president and head of state, His Excellency the Colonel Assimi Goïta. Indeed, my country, Mali, is committed to a process of transition the rationale and foundation of which are rooted in the need to overhaul our state apparatus so that we can sustainably respond to the deep and legitimate aspirations of our people, especially when it comes to restoring security, preserving peace, achieving national cohesion, sovereignty, unity, and the independence of our state. In this irrevocable process, the leaders of Mali attach a high priority that is commensurate with the challenges posed by climate change because of our particular vulnerability on the climate, environmental, and ecological fronts. Cop27 is being held at a time when the world is at a crossroads, and we are struggling to deliver on the promises of successive summits on the climate and to ensure that there is shared prosperity and dividends for everyone on this planet. It is also being held at a time where my country, Mali, with over 1 million hectares of desert, is facing many climate-related challenges. And this is all the more acute because of security, political and economic and humanitarian and health challenges. These challenges and vulnerability lead to the degradation of our environment, and we need resilience of our people. And we have internally displaced persons, refugees, mass migration, and rural exodus. We need to have an energy and environmental transition that is just and equitable, that is supported by implementation measures that are adequate and substantial. It is in this spirit that our head of state on the 7th of June 2021 decided to immediately forego 2/3 of the sovereignty attributed to the President of the Republic to focus on social issues. And so far, this has enabled us to build 213 wells across the country and enabled the disadvantaged and vulnerable populations to have access to drinking water. This initiative at mitigation is now in a cruising phase and will be consolidated by strong action contained in our government action plan, which is providing for reforestation of over 1,000 hectares per year, restoration of the degraded land because of the advance of the desert and the degradation of the land, the beds and banks of the main waterways, the Niger and Senegal rivers. Resumption of the work on the Taoussa Dam, as well as building photovoltaic plants across the country. This will help us to increase the share of renewable energies in the energy mix by 2030. Driven by our determination to make environmental issues a priority, the President of our transition head of state, His Excellency Colonel Goita, committed the government since the Council of Ministers first held on the 17th of June 2021 to listen keenly to our people's efforts to adapt to and mitigate climate change. Furthermore, following the national consultation on how we can overhaul our state in December 2021, we came up with relevant recommendations, and their efficient implementation will, I am sure, enable us to strengthen Mali's position to become a carbon sink. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, protecting the environment in Mali is a long-standing, centuries-long tradition, as illustrated in the Kuru-Kanfuga Charter adopted in 1236. Mali has a set of legal provisions adapted to the effects of climate change, such as the strategic framework for a green and climate-resilient economy, and our nationally determined contribution, where our country is committed to a 40% reduction of greenhouse gases by 2030. However, since we cannot, and we regret that there are still illegitimate sanctions against Mali, which were upheld in July 2022, is dealing a heavy blow to our national economy and undermining our long-standing adaptation and mitigation efforts to tackle climate change. Allow me also to speak to the importance of climate financing. We need ambitious, robust, and flexible climate financing, which will help us to achieve a fundamental transformation of the multilateral development banks and reform of global governance so that we can better deal with the climate emergencies and adopt a comprehensive global approach to equitable and just transition to ensure that we can address the needs of the vulnerable populations. This must come from better listening to our needs and ensure that the interventions are properly targeted and defined by the transition president, Goita. When it comes to cooperation, and partnership with Mali, we must have our respect for our sovereignty and respect for our priorities, and we must also ensure that the vital needs of our people are taken into account. In terms of the principles of shared but common but differentiated responsibilities, we only account for the developing countries only account for 4% of greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, developed countries must fully shoulder their responsibilities in tackling climate change. The undelivered promises are such that the survival of humanity is being affected. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me also pay a warm tribute to President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, to the great people and government of Egypt for their leadership and commitment to preparing for this successful hosting of COP in Africa. Let me also thank the negotiators for their far-sightedness, their sense of responsibility, and their unwavering determination to support concrete proposals from Africa, especially developing countries, with a view to the effective resilience of communities to the harmful effects of climate change. I would also like to thank our partners supporting the efforts of our government in tackling the harmful effects of climate change. Finally, the Republic of Mali remains persuaded today more than ever of the importance of pooling our efforts and taking joint action sincerely and transparently to ensure that this Cop27 is not just another ritual or a missed opportunity for humanity as we seek to preserve our planet Earth, and we must deliver on our collective ambition to ensure sustainable development for today's and tomorrow's generations. May God save our planet. May God preserve our humanity, our fauna and flora. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. This brings us to the end of our national statements for today. Distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, honored guests, the opening of the second part of the high-level segment will be held on Tuesday, 15th November at 10 hours in this plenary. With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, the CMP, and the CMA adjourned. Distinguished delegates, honored guests, I have the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Na Kyung-won, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate and Environment of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Mr. Xi Jinping, President of Xi Jinping's Special Representative and China's Special Envoy for Climate Change, His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, through a video to deliver special messages to the plenary. I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Na Kyung-won, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate and Environment of the Republic of Korea, to deliver her statement. Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure for me to attend the COP again in 7 years. Do you know what the word of 2020 is? The Collins Dictionary shows perma-crisis. It refers to a never-ending cycle of crisis. Climate change, of course, is a part of the perma-crisis, together with COVID and political and economic instability. We need to work to cope with the perma-crisis. Climate change needs to be addressed by all together, regardless of political orientation, economic standing, age, or geographical background. Climate change is a matter of life and livelihood. It is a matter of the very existence for all of us. It is also a matter of making a living for all of us. Whether we and our future generation can survive, whether we can live well, all depends on what we do today and what we do together. The Cop27 should be an implementation COP. This COP should be an event where we can make tangible progress in translating our commitments into actions. We need to agree on the mitigation work program so that we can implement the program beginning next year. We also need progress in the global goal on adaptation. I sincerely hope we can meet the $100 billion target for climate finance as soon as possible and agree on the new collective quantified goal for climate finance. After his inauguration in May, President Yoon Suk-yeol declared our foreign policy vision as a global pivotal state. Addressing the climate crisis is one of Korea's top foreign policy agendas. We are truly committed to fulfilling our role as a responsible member of the international community. Korea will scale up its green ODA to help developing countries transition to a low-carbon future and share its innovative green technologies with the entire humanity. Last year, our former president announced Korea's NDC of 40% emissions reduction from the 2018 level by 2030. This NDC is very challenging. In order to deliver on our NDC by 2030, Korea will have to achieve a minimum 4% emissions reduction annually. However, our new President Yoon affirmed this NDC, showing his strong will to step up our efforts to tackle climate change. My president confirmed that the Republic of Korea would work toward this target based on science and innovation. Under the strategy for carbon neutrality and green growth, the Korean government will pursue responsible implementation, an orderly transition, carbon neutrality and green growth driven by innovation. Many Korean companies already have the world-class technologies in battery and ESS. The Korean government will select the 100 core technologies for carbon neutrality to support the green tech innovation. We also aim to achieve a balanced energy mix by increasing the share of both nuclear power and renewable energy. We will also accelerate green hydrogen energy development. Dear colleagues, the theme of the 2013 Pyeongchang Winter Special Olympics that I chaired was "Together We Can." I think these words hold meanings for our climate action as well. I believe the global response to climate change is possible only when developed countries and developing countries work together. In order to build stronger trust between developed and developing countries, technology, finance, and capability building to support developing countries are key. Korea has been a rare example to become a leading economy from a war-torn poor economy. We fully understand the importance of ODA for developing countries, and that's why we plan to increase the green ODA to support their green transition. The Republic of Korea will not only increase the green ODA amount for developing countries, but also actively engage in technological cooperation. We will also continue to step up the support for the GCF and GGGI located in Korea. The second replenishment of the GCF will continue until next year. As you already know, the GCF will play a critical role in strengthening cooperation between developed and developing countries. Let's continue our strong support for the GCF. You agree, right? Last but not least, I would like to tell you something about 2030 World Expo that Busan of Korea aims to host. The ocean offers a solution, a fresh avenue to tackle climate change. Korea's beautiful port city and the world's second largest transshipment port, Busan will present a vision for tackling climate change through the World Expo. Busan, also known for producing K-movies, will add more fun to the World Expo. Dear colleagues, actions speak louder than words. Now it's time to implement our climate action. And remember, together we can overcome the climate crisis. Developed and developing countries together, governments and the civil society together, the old and the young together, the conservatives and the progressives together. Let's go together. Together we can. Thank you.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Xi Jinping, President Xi Jinping's Special Representative and China's Special Envoy for Climate Change, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chinese delegation would like to thank the Egyptian presidency and the Secretariat for their efforts in preparing this conference. This year, extreme weather events have been frequent, with severe damages in many parts in every continent of the world. Energy and food crises have hit the world one after another, and the climate action process is facing serious challenges. In this regard, multilateralism, solidarity, and cooperation have always been the way out of our predicament. The principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, the mechanism of NDCs, remain our inevitable choice to overcome the challenges. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Convention, and the Paris Agreement has also entered the full implementation phase. the COP27 has the important mission of safeguarding the consensus on the principles of the Convention and promoting practical actions by all parties. China has been actively responding to climate change with sustained and pragmatic actions. Not long ago, we just held the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, which further strengthened China's determination to follow a green development path. No matter how much the external environment changes and no matter how many challenges we face, China's firm determination to achieve its vision of carbon neutrality after reaching the carbon peak will remain, and its position of actively participating in global climate governance will not retreat, let alone change. According to our preliminary estimate, by 2021, China's carbon dioxide emission per GDP unit has dropped by a cumulative 50.8% compared to 2005. China's vigorous efforts in developing renewables has resulted in a total installed capacity of 1.12 billion kilowatts, helping greatly to lower the cost of renewable energy worldwide. We provide 85% of world's solar energy production. By this, we have made great contributions. China's active efforts in promoting transition to green transportation have led to the rapid development of new energy vehicles, the number of which has exceeded 10 billion, accounting for more than 50% of the world's total. From January to August of this year, 3.9 million new vehicles were added. The electric buses produced in China are already running in many countries in the world. China is also actively developing carbon sink, and both of our forest coverage and holding have increased for 30 consecutive years. We will plant another 70 billion trees in the next decade. Last year, China launched the biggest carbon trading market with a cumulative 190 million tons, with a trading value of 8.5 billion yuan. We will continue to implement the 1+N policy framework and to remain faithful to our goal of achieving carbon peak and carbon neutrality. Chinese government has also encouraged local government and the private enterprises to contribute to the response to climate change. And within the policy of One China, we have provided assistance to Taiwan to implement climate policies. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of climate change, humanity should be a community with a shared future. China hopes that COP27 will focus on implementation, that the developed countries will take the lead in effectively scaling up their emission reduction targets and achieving carbon neutrality ahead of time, and that developed countries will achieve substantive results on adaptation and financing issues, which are of greatest concern to developing countries. We call on all parties to keep their promises and build trust and work together to promote the steady and long-term progress of the Paris Agreement. We hope that the developed countries will honor their commitment of $100 billion as soon as possible and put forward a roadmap of doubling adaptation financing to enhance mutual trust and synergy of action between the North and the South. We are ready to work with all parties to uphold multilateralism, to build a fair and reasonable global climate governance system with win-win cooperation, and make a greater contribution to the global response to climate change. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. I now invite the plenary to listen to the video message from His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, dear Mr. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, ladies and gentlemen, at this conference, like at other summits and high-level meetings on catastrophic climate change, there is no lack of words, there is no lack of good definitions, and no shortage of prescriptions for what the world should do. I listened to some of the speeches today and I agree with many of the assessments. The world is on the brink, and beyond this limit, devastating changes that will forever change the usual life on all continents. Colleagues have described well what this means. No one can stay aside. And the poorer the person, the poorer the family, the poorer the country, the more painful the effects of climate change will be for them. However, this also applies to all rich nations. It is impossible to buy off the destruction of the climate. But why do we keep talking about it every year? Why, instead of reports on what has been done, the same forecasts and appeals are made every year? I will be honest, there are still many who do not take the climate agenda seriously, and not only in politics, but also in big business. There are still many for whom climate change is just rhetoric or marketing or political ritual, whatever, but not real action. They are the ones who hamper the implementation of climate goals. They are the ones in their offices who make fun of those who fight to save life on the planet, although in public they seem to support the work for the sake of nature in every possible way. They are the ones who start wars of aggression when the planet cannot afford a single gunshot because it needs global joint actions. You all know about the war that Russia started in Europe, trying to destroy the independence of my country. But what does this war mean? This Russian war has brought about an energy crisis that has forced dozens of countries to resume coal-fired power generation in order to lower energy prices for their people, at least a little, to lower prices that are shockingly rising due to deliberate Russian actions. The Russian war brought an acute food crisis to the world, which hit worse those countries suffering from the existing manifestations of climate change, catastrophic droughts, large-scale floods. The Russian war destroyed 5 million acres of forests in Ukraine in less than 6 months. Not every country in the world has such an area of forest that were burned in Ukraine by Russian shelling. We have to check every day the situation at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. If there is no radiation leaks, the Russian army has turned this nuclear power plant de facto into a military training ground. They are constantly playing with connecting and disconnecting their plant and nuclear reactors from their power grid. There is a direct risk of a radiation disaster. Who will care, for example, about the amount of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere if part of Europe or the Middle East and possibly Northern Africa, God forbid, are covered by a radiation cloud after an accident in Zaporizhzhia? Last year, we couldn't even imagine that kind of question, but this year, Russia has posed dozens of such questions to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the world needs honesty. We must tell those who do not take the climate agenda seriously, that they are making a catastrophic mistake. We must stop those who, with their insane and illegal war, are destroying the world's ability to work united for a common goal. There can be no effective climate policy without the peace on the earth, because in fact nations are thinking only about how to protect themselves here and now from the threats created in particular by the Russian aggression. Russia needs to shut the guns and hide its missiles so the world finally hears what we can all really do together to save ourselves from the climate disaster. All of us in Europe, Africa, Asia, America, Australia. I invite you all to support our initiative presented here at the conference, creation of a global platform to assess the impact of military actions on climate and environment. We are all thinking about how to generate hundreds of billions of dollars to help developing countries protect themselves from the climate change. Under these conditions, how can anyone cause additional insane damage to the nature with their invasive military ambitions? Such ambitions deserve only punishment. Mr. President of Egypt said an important thing in his speech. We must meet expectations of the people all over the world, people who are suffering more than ever. I absolutely support this goal. We must ensure that suffering doesn't multiply because the world doesn't have time to respond to climate challenges. But to do this, we need joint effective actions. And for them to be, we need peace. And I thank everyone who works for peace. I thank everyone who takes seriously the need to protect life on the earth for the benefit of all people, all nations, all classes, all cultures. I thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini!
We thank His Excellency, the President of Ukraine, for his message. Thank you, delegates. This marks the end of the messages.